Hey, family. Welcome to. I look so tired. I apologize. Welcome to what day is it? Thursday edition of Bluecentric Live. For those of you who are new here, my name is Blue Tulusma. I'm a writer, producer, and emotional intelligence coach, and an all around bad bitch. If you see me in a bun, chances are I've been working at least 12 hours. Yeah, I started work today at 4 a.m. Oh, and it's 4:40. So I'm about 12 hours into my work day. I had to take a very long shower, do a shit ton of skincare. Baby, I got unicorn tears and the sweat of baby Jesus on my skin right now to rejuvenate me, but I'm here. I missed y'all so much. For those of you who follow the page, first of all, thank you. For those of you who don't, why do you keep lurking? Please start subscribing because the metrics tell me day after day that 75% of you come back over and over and over again or clip me for hundreds of thousands of people on TikTok but aren't subscribed. So it'd be nice if we could make it official. I smell amazing. So I just got away from myself. I smell amazing. And one thing I realized as I was waiting here, waiting for the countdown to go, is I am turning into, I can already tell that when I'm 60, I am going to be one of those Black women with a bold red lip and a naked, moisturized face and lots of jewelry and flowy caftans. I feel like I've gotten a glimpse into me as an elder. It's going to be very powdery fresh and fabulous, and I wish a bitch would. Basically, I'm turning into Patti LaBelle. I feel like when I'm in my 60s, I'm going to morph into a pouty lipped Afro Cuban Patti LaBelle. And I'm kind of here for it because Patti is finer at 80 than she was at 40. Look it up. I like the idea of that. Anyways, guys, I'm excited about today. I missed y'all so fucking much. You have no idea. The only reason I was gone so long, because we had so much fun on Sunday when we did the story time about how my production company, Bluecentric Production, started. Bluecentric is not my name. I am Blue Toulousema. The production company is called Bluecentric, which is why this page is called Bluecentric. But let me put the comments on. Sorry, totally forgot. Where are my manners? But I realized on Sunday we had such a great time. I did a story time about how the production company started, and then we watched the first 5 episodes of my web series, Sky's the Limit. For those who missed it, don't worry. If you actually, I should probably put the link. I'll put the link in the description. I need to start doing that. But if you watch my last story time from Sunday, the link to watch it on Patreon is there. It was such a good time. And you guys were so kind because, it was an indie production with a budget of $0. The dress. Oh, really? Oh, this is my caftan. You guys know I have a very wide array of luxurious caftans. It's not a muumuu. Muumuus don't look like this. I have a very. I'm telling you, I can already tell. I'm too young to be acting like this, but I'm such a Taurus. Taurus do rich older people stuff early because in our minds, we're all rich in 70. Actually, no, in our minds, we're rich in 50. Capricorns are rich in 70. If you don't know anything about astrology, signs have ages. We're the babies of the earth signs. Capricorns are rich in 70. We're like rich in 50. But anyways, today's going to be amazing. But before we get started, though, some housekeeping. I'm learning to be better about this. If you haven't already, if you're going to be in Los Angeles area on September 12th, or you can get you some Delta points to be here on September 12th, we have a meet and greet. Look at the bottom. It says Blue Pop 26.eventbrite.com. Once again, it is Blue Pop 26. .eventbrite.com. Somebody just said, I want to send you some alibati. It's so flowy. Oh, yes. Absolutely. Baby. That is in my wear. I love me a flowy, luxurious fabric. Yes, please. I'm not, you guys, we're going to work on getting a P.O. box. I have to be honest, because, we're very transparent on the show. First of all, yes, bluepop26.eventbrite.com. Please come to the pop-up. It's going to be so fun. I was just realizing today that no matter how stressed I am, when you come to the shop, which is attached to my house, the funny thing is there's always like Afro-Cuban or like just really jazzy like world music playing. So there's always like jazzy Afro beats type music playing. There's always a candle somewhere. There's always lots of green, lots of velvet. I'm usually in a caftan. Something smells powdery fresh. At least once a day, but you'd be like, "Oh, it smells good in here." And I have no idea what she's talking about because I'm actually nose blind, guys. I'm so used to all my lotions and smell goods. I do not smell them. I can tell y'all can smell them, and once in a while I'll catch a whiff, but I can't smell them. So there's a very Venusian, right? Because I'm Taurus is ruled by Venus. There's a very Venus-like energy in any space that I'm in. Not because I'm bougie, but because I'm autistic. I've actually realized that as a Black woman of a certain, I'm not going to finish that sentence. As a Black woman of whatever the fuck I am, I'm not about to say what I was about to say. I do things that seem bougie, not because they're bougie, but because they're my way of stimming or soothing myself. When you are someone who's naturally overstimulated, your entire life has to be a vibe just so that you don't, cut a bitch. Even the people who run the HOA around here, the lady came in to do a tour of the house when I first moved in, just to make sure everything was fine. And she was like, "How have you only been here for a week? It's a vibe in here." I said, "Really, bitch? We barely gotten started." But I realized it is a survival thing. And I'm bringing this up because I think this is actually a good segue into our first topic today. A lot of times when you are dealing with public figures, which is different from a celebrity. A lot of times when you're dealing with public figures, which is somebody whose job is just public facing. I'm a public figure. I'm not a celebrity, right? Perfect example. So when you're dealing with a public figure or a content creator, a media personality, or for the sake of this conversation, a reality star, there is so much stimuli that somebody says, "Wait, is she a Taurus sun or rising?" I'm a Taurus sun. Baby, I'm a Gemini rising. You will get cussed out. Respectfully. Word to Kendrick. Yes, I'm a Taurus sun, Gemini rising, Venus moon. For those of you who hate Geminis, my Venus and my Taurus balance it out. But no, when you're someone who is public facing, it is incredibly overstimulating to have that. And not only is it overstimulating, I think it's also unnatural to have somebody says, "Do I have undiagnosed?" You might got a little something. There's many ways to be neurodivergent, but it's unnatural and psychologically overstimulating for anybody, the best of us, to have so many strangers giving you their unsolicited opinions about you, good or bad. I think when I say stuff like this, you think I'm only talking about critiques. Even having a tidal wave of good opinions about you is unnatural and jarring, right? I was talking to Bridget in the shop this morning, and she was like, "Was it you that said that when people become rich, they often get stuck at the age, not rich, famous, they get stuck at the age where they become famous?" And I said, "Absolutely. There's a theory that when you become rich, famous, and or powerful, some of you all three, whatever age you become an exalted form of the norm is arrested development if you're not intentional. That's why we see so many child celebrities, they don't age right, because in their mind, they stopped being treated like a regular person at 7. And so at 47, life is whooping their ass. Or if you see somebody who had their heyday when they were in their early 20s and now they're 60 in pigtails because they just can't let themselves grow up. A lot of studies have shown that because celebrity or just public attention on that level is so unnatural, it does something to your mind. Can you see where I'm going with this? We're starting off with K. Michelle and Kandi. We're starting off with K. Michelle and Kandi. Shout out to the segues. Somebody said, my aunt was just saying something about this the other day. Yeah, well, Somebody said, Mandy just called Bridget a broke bitch on Carlos's Patreon the other day. Claudia ate it up. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Speaking of Bridget, though, Bridget's going to be back on Saturday. You like that? You like that pivot? Let me tell you something right now. If y'all really understood how much I don't give a fuck about some of the shit that y'all think is going to be a kiki with me, that girl don't like me. And my only sin is that I was a good friend to Bridget. Anybody who hates me for simply being a good friend to someone is not someone I'm ever going to take seriously. And that's probably the most I've talked about her in the last year. That sentence is the most I've talked about her. She's inconsequential to my life in every facet. In every facet. So it's unfortunate if somebody ate up one of my closest friends being talked about. I don't take that lightly or kindly. I'm incredibly protective of the people I love, Bridget fucking included. So not too fucking much on Bridget Kelly. And also, keep that same fucking energy if you see us in the street. Respectfully. Y'all know I'm not an internet thug. Whatever is said on social media, keep that same fucking energy when you see me on the street. Speaking of seeing us on the street, we'll be having a live show of me, Claudia, Dustin, and Carlos on September 20th. And whoever wants to fucking show up needs to show up. What's up? It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. I would like to see it. I'm a different type of bitch. Y'all don't understand. I'm an emotional intelligence coach. I choose peace because of that, but I'm built for war. You don't even know who she is. Neither do I, my love. That's the gag. Neither do I. Anyways, like I was saying, and actually, I think that little deviation is a perfect example of what I was saying. Some of you hoes get a little bit of a platform and it makes you a little stupid in the head. That's the point I was making. Yes, we right at dawn. We right at fucking dawn, right? And so I think what we're seeing happening with Kandi and K. Michelle and Shamia, because I think this all stems from Shamia. And for those of you who don't watch Real Housewives of Atlanta, don't worry. We do a thing here where we call it the 60-40 split. 60% of you come on here because you know exactly what I'm talking about and you want to kiki and hear my opinion and share space. And the other 40% of you have no fucking idea, but you like our vibe and you like our community. And don't worry, I will level set and catch you up. There is what I've discovered or heard, and actually I've discovered from Carlos, and he's really done a great job of painting this picture for me because I'm not an Atlanta girly. I'm a New England bitch who now lives in California. Apparently in Atlanta is very small and they have little, cliques and sets of friends. And if someone has a set of friends that is, doesn't fuck with you, the whole clique don't fuck with you. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to judge that. Remember when Kelly made whatever comment Carlos said, what do you think of blue? And she said, I like pink, and started stuttering and shit. And Carlos was like, what do you think about that? And you all thought I was going to get mad at Kelly. And I said, I'm not mad at Kelly because I'm not a hypocrite, right? If Kelly feels a way about me because I had some fair yet stern critiques for her friend, I respect that. I respect that, right? Because I'm the same fucking way. And the same way, if you talk about my close friend, bad. Keep that same energy if you fucking see me outside. If I have a harsh yet fair critique for your friend and your friend is hurt about it and you want to protect her, I'm okay with that too. Right? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so because these cliques, and I hate to call them cliques, but that's the only word that comes to mind that's accurate, and I don't want to pander to the point of being inaccurate. Yes? A lot of times if one person in the clique has a problem with you, the whole clique doesn't fuck with you. And I understand. And however, Atlanta's is also a really small ecosystem where everybody wants to be on the same 1.5 shows. Right? It's one thing to have your friends back. I'm a good example of that. And though, if you're in a small pool where you all want the same one or two jobs, hard decisions are going to have to be made. So apparently what happened is when Shamia Morton, who I think is so fucking beautiful, Shamia to me is like Olandria. She's a black Barbie doll. We will be talking about Nicolandria because the Nicolandrians wore me down. I'm here under duress. I was harassed. We will be talking about Nicolandria. Y'all know I try to talk about Love Island as little as possible in the off season because y'all run me fucking ragged during the season. But we will be talking about Nicolandria because I told myself I wouldn't say I told you so as much because I be right a lot after y'all cuss me out. Y'all will cuss me out for weeks. Clip me up, make tons of money off of me that I'm not getting. Talk about me like a dog that I've heard. I don't see it myself because I don't really read comments that don't belong to me. But every time I go to dinner with somebody, they'll be like, Blue, damn, they was talking about you and love. Bitch, I have no idea. I don't know her, right? But apparently from what I'm hearing, y'all be talking about me a lot when it comes to Love Island. And y'all will do that for weeks. Just to 17 minutes later find out that I was right. Like I said on Threads, y'all not tired of doing this dance with me yet? I told y'all niggas, thank you for that quote. That's exact. It got to the point when I was proven right yet again, because a lot of you called me a delusional clout chaser. I saw that TikTok. Y'all were calling me a delusional clout chaser because I had some tea on Nicolandria that I shared in members only area. And y'all fucked around and paid $10 to steal my content and give it out for free. The free content you stole went viral. Y'all called me all types of names just for me to be vindicated in Vogue along with Nicolandria. Y'all not tired? I can't imagine what it's like to be wrong this much. Actually, I would have to imagine because it's not my lived experience. I can't imagine what it's like to keep on being strong and wrong with the same person over and over again, and this bitch just keeps on laughing at you and you keep doing it. At what point do you say, you know what, I might not fuck with Blue, but the bitch has a track record that I have to respect? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend. And by a friend, I mean Jesus. And I'm Buddhist, so that's deeply ironic. I told myself I wouldn't gloat, but it's really hard. It's really hard not to gloat when you've been dragged for 3 months straight only to be vindicated on every fucking point. Somebody said, I need Blue to say, I told you. I used to say it, but it's feeling redundant. Is there another way of saying I told you so? Y'all, I'm a triple Virgo with a Gemini rising. Those are all the really smart signs. I'm not saying I'm the smartest bitch in the group. I'm just saying it's really hard for me to be wrong. Not because I'm better than anybody, but because I'm neurotic. This is not because by the way, this is the gag. Me being right so much is not because I just, I'm a deity. It's because I'm a crazy bitch who fact checks everything to a insane degree, and I've lived a full life and know people that you don't know I know who tell me shit and then give me permission to share it online. It's not a Scooby-Doo mystery why I'm right so much. It's just science. And so I'm gonna try really hard not to be smug. I hate smugness. It's the reason why I cannot stand Cam and the Asian lady who wants to have his babies despite her fibroids on Married at First Sight. Bridget and I were talking about that on Saturday. I cannot stand a smug bitch, so I'm going to try not to be one today. I'm going to try very hard. Somebody said a well-deserved glow. Baby, 3 months of y'all cussing me out just to be stuck being wrong. You're not embarrassed? 3 months of calling me a stupid bitch. Anyways, let's start the show. We're going to start with Atlanta, like I was saying. We're going to start with... Somebody said Gemini rising here too, baby. They get so mad when Gemini risings are right. Just be smug. It's okay. Y'all, I'm trying so hard. I'm trying out something new. I'm trying... Victory laps. You forgot an S, baby. It's been several. I've been winning all summer. It's quite fascinating. Speaking of winning, I'm going to say this to our international folks before we do get to Atlanta. I know the ADHD... Sponsored by ADHD. I know. We're working on the t-shirts. To the international folks who are behind the Virgo woman says blue gold. To the international folks who are the reason why I shut down my site in January, because the triple Virgo in me, double Gemini in me, was like, no, we can figure this out. I'm tired of watching people in South Africa and the UK and Australia and Canada cry because every time we have a drop, they can't be part of it, right? Y'all made me feel bad to the point where I shut down my business just so I could rebuild it to send my products far off lands. The hell my team has gone through to do this, y'all. I don't even have words to understand. I am not a micromanager. I know people are shocked by this. I'm a fact checker, but not a micromanager. The request was probably above my team's pay grade, and I tasked them with figuring it out. And because I'm a Taurus who likes to save money, I had enough of a savings account where I could keep my business afloat for 6 months while still being shut down. If that's not a flex in this economy, I don't know what the fuck is. I had 6 months of operations saved up so that my team could figure this out. We are now in month 7. For those who are not good at math, 7 is 1 more than 6. So was there, I'm not going to say I cussed them out. Was there a stern conversation that happened today? Yes. And they know I love them. And I checked with Bridget. She said my tone was respectful. Yes. In this economy, bitch. I might have said things like, the well has run dry. I am your safety net. There's no more safety. If the site does not open this weekend, we're going to have to make some hard decisions. So the site is going to be, the site is coming back this weekend. Love from Melbourne. What's up? Yeah, the site is coming back this weekend because it has to. That's the semi-announcement. The site is coming back this weekend because it fucking has to. So when we open back up, if you are not, and you're saying, well, Blue, how are we going to find out? Am I going to make an announcement? Baby, the way I've been working, I'm not sure. So the only way to guarantee, I should probably pull this up. The only way to guarantee, because I will say this too, before y'all cuss me out, there is a quantity of supplies. And when they're gone, they're going to sell out until we re-up. Look at me choosing my words carefully. I learned from last year, because last year y'all had me fighting for my life, working 17 hours a day doing our products. Yes. So if you would like to be on the mail list, thank you, Florence. Bluecentricshop.com. They're actually, let me make sure it's still up. Bluecentricshop.com. I'm so happy. Y'all don't even understand how excited I am. Hold on, and let me pull up the site right now so y'all can see it. We know some of you, not some of you, probably half of y'all at least, we have a very big neurodivergent fan base, and so I always want to make sure that I provide visuals for those who are visual learners. Let me put this up right now. So, guys, this is the website. Look at me. That picture of me is hilarious. That's a picture of me from Afropunk. Child, I was in the field, just like the one in the picture. So, anyways, if you go to bluecentricshop.com and it says here, get notified, this is the only way that you are guaranteed that you get the products when they're announced. Because, baby, I might make the site go live and then take a 2-day nap. And then when I wake up and we sold out, and I'm so sorry. So because I know who I am, right? Because I know who I am and I don't want to get cussed out, please, please, please go into the get notified, because that way when the email blast goes out, my team is putting out the email blast while I'm face down on the couch, probably sleeping because my God, today. The email blast is the only way you're guaranteed to get a heads up about the first drop. Okay? Please. Don't cuss me out, because y'all send me very strongly worded emails, and just know none of my emails are private any longer. My team is reading all my emails. So when y'all be sending me those emails, don't share too much of your business, because now people that you didn't expect know what's happening. Bluecentric is not just me. Bluecentric is a team of, how many people are working for Bluecentric now? 8 people? Well, I just fired somebody yesterday. We got 7 people on payroll. Formerly 8. Yes. So just know one of 7 people might be seeing what you're sending. So please, okay. Somebody said, I missed it. Just sign up. Oh, thank you, my love. Somebody said, if I missed it, the blue brick and mortar opening. Oh, the brick and mortar opening is not for publics to buy. It's for me to make product. So my apothecary is a private space. Will there be a time in the future where my brick and mortar is open to the public? Maybe. But the brick and mortar is actually like 80% done. And luckily the brick and mortar and my home are close to each other. So we have an overflow section where we're working out of until we're done with the last like 20%. We literally just have to pass inspection, have a door that connects the shop to my house. I know, such a tourist child. I don't even want to put a bra on and go outside to work. I just want to be able to open the door and go to the fucking shop. So we're about 80% done, maybe 85% done. But the shop was, again, the shop is opening this weekend, y'all. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, somebody got fired yesterday. She was talking crazy to my assistant, and we wish her well. Look at God. All right, guys, let's start the show again. This is my 3rd time. We usually take about 20 minutes to start. The timestamp for Atlanta is 24 minutes on the dot. Love that.
He was in the interview on the Big Tigger show where the host had asked her, how do you feel about K. Michelle calling you a mean girl in Atlanta?
You see the clip where K. Michelle, she mentioned that you were a mean girl in Atlanta?
First of all, somebody said, damn, Blue, you're a Taurus for real. I really am. Like hardcore cap locks. Speaking of Taurus, Kandi is very Taurus, right? Very Taurus energy. We will be chilling in the corner, barely talking, and you would think because we're barely talking that we're the help, and the whole time we might be the richest person in the room. Tauruses we stay in our corner unless you send for us. That's why when I get mad at people, I'm like, oh, you must have wanted this because I wasn't even checking for you, right? Kandi is very much the same way. K. Michelle called up the spirit of Kandi D. Burris, who was minding her business and post-divorce bliss by calling her a mean girl. Well, by saying that Kandi-coded Knights and her homegirls are mean girls. And Kandi was asked about that because K. Michelle said it on the reunion of reality with the SARS. The reunion of Real Housewives of Atlanta. So imagine you're watching a reunion for a show you're no longer on, and you're seeing a new woman that you know calling you and all your homegirls a mean girl. And like I said earlier, Carlos has schooled me on the fact that there are cliques, but a clique doesn't necessarily equate to being mean unless you're mean, right? So let's hear what Kandi had to say that the allegation. No, yeah, we definitely right from Mel. What you're not going to do is talk to Mel crazy and think you have a job. But let's hear what Kandi had to say real quick.
I personally feel that mean girls can't call other girls mean girls. It doesn't work like that. Like we've seen her like literally go in on people on multiple times on camera, on television, you know, calling people out their name, doing all the things. And with that, I have to say, if I'm a mean girl, she was a mean girl too.
And before I start talking and giving my opinion, let me give context. This is what K. Michelle and Shamia was saying on the reunion.
I was going to meet Kandi. Kandi and I are good friends. Kandi is also good friends with some people that Kay don't get along with.
The Mean Girls of Atlanta that I'm speaking of.
So I don't want to get into it because I'm friends with them as well.
And if you're a little behind on the tea or out of the loop.
So for anybody who's behind on who these mean girls are, this guy has a video, but I also, you know, guys, I like to slice things up. I also, let me make myself bigger. Hold on. Let me remove this. Add this back to this.
That K. Michelle is talking about is.
Hold on. How do I make myself bigger? Why am I so tiny? I don't want to be tiny. Oh, there goes the button, child. Here we go. All right, guys. So we're going to show who the mean girls are. He's going to talk about who the mean girls are. But I'm actually going to insert pictures for those of you who are not reality show girlies. Because, again, I want everybody to come along for the ride.
It's Rashida and Toya. And this goes all the way back to Love and Hip Hop days when K. Michelle and Rashida got into it, when Rashida did not believe her, when K. Michelle was saying that Memphis was abusing her.
Now, who is Memphis? Because I do want to make sure we level set. Back in the day, because I was a huge K. Michelle fan on Love and Hip Hop, K. Michelle told a really heart-wrenching story about how a producer named Memphis. So imagine Memphis, but the word hiss in Memphis is the word hits like music, H-I-T-S, Memphis. I know, it's very fucking awkward to say out loud. I feel like he only expected us to read his name because I hate saying it. But allegedly, Memphis beat the brakes off of K. Michelle. K. Michelle shares her story. Her co-star Rashida, of Rashida and Kurt Frost fame. Kurt Frost is the man who's been cheating on her not allegedly. He admitted it. Kurt Frost is the man who's been cheating on her for decades, had outside babies on her, and they still together somehow. You like it? I love it. Yes? So Rashida did not believe K. Michelle when K. Michelle said that she got the brakes beat off of her from Memphis. Then we find out that Tamar also, who's part in the Atlanta group, did not believe K. Michelle. Who else? And Toya, the same Toya who is the mother of Reginae Carter and the mother of the child of Lil Wayne, right? So Lil Wayne's former partner, who has a daughter with her, Reginae, who's amazing in her own right. Shout out to Reginae. I've heard so many great things about you from our mutual friend, Kendall. But LaToya didn't believe it either. So K. Michelle is like, bitch, he beat me up and none of you girls believe me. Now, here's the part where I'm actually going to cape for K. Michelle. If I was like physically abused and shared my story on camera and I was telling the truth and a bunch of women didn't believe me, I would be disgusted with them. So oh shit, now I do believe her when she said Memphis hits her. But really, oh no, I should have read that before I put it on the stage, right? So I can understand if I had a DV situation and a bunch of Black women were on the record calling me a liar, like K. Michelle, I'd be disgusted by them. And however, now that I've seen K. Michelle on Real Housewives of Atlanta, K. Michelle sometimes, not all the time, has a loose relationship with reality. And I don't think it's intentional. I think she has some form of PTSD that makes her wince and jump and perceive slights. And well, she's a Pisces, bitch. I could have just said that. She's a Pisces girl. Shout out to the Pisces who have talked to the lady and who have worked on this, right? But an emotionally deregulated water sign is going to jump at their own fucking shadow. Yes? I have a lot of water sign friends. Y'all know I love y'all deep. But you know what your homegirls are like when they don't talk to the lady. Yes? So K. Michelle is an emotionally deregulated Pisces who's been through a lot of trauma, including domestic violence. I do believe her. I believe her. Yes? She sometimes will hear 1 + 1, but her spirit says 7. You see how there's many truths happening right now. Yes? Okay. So the first truth is, bitch, if a man hits me, the last thing I want is a bunch of Black women saying I wasn't hit and they weren't even there. How dare you? And also, 1 + 1 is not 7. So now that I'm seeing K. Michelle when she's deregulated and unsure, look, if it don't apply, don't worry about it. Yeah, somebody said blue, not too much on us Pisces. I said emotionally deregulated Pisces. Is that you, friend? Because I fear if that's you, then it's you. And if it's not, then it's not. Look at God. You see how that works? If it's you, then it's you. If it's not. But watching this season, I'm like, oh. And I've mentioned this several times on Carlos's show. Why am I yelling? Sorry, because my laundry's upstairs. I really just realized I'm yelling a little. I'm sorry. Let me bring my voice down. I can hear my laundry upstairs, and that's why I'm yelling. Yeah, there have been times on Carlos's show where I've compared K. Michelle to the man or the unhoused person who's on the train in New York talking to an empty seat. The New Yorkers and East Coast folks out there know exactly what I'm talking about. You know when you're on the train and you see a nice lady until you realize she's talking to somebody who's not there. Literally on my way home today, because I had to have an emergency nail appointment. I've made so many candles in the last 2 weeks. One of my nails started to crack in the nail bed, and I had to have an emergency nail appointment. Like my nail was about to fall off. It actually hurt to like shower. So I had an emergency appointment because these are not acrylics. These are my real nails. So when they crack, that shit is my actual skin. So coming back from the nail salon to meet Bridget at the shop, I see a rotund white man who looked like John Goodman from Roseanne with blonde dreadlocks who was unhoused and looked like he smelled like last Thursday. He looked like he smelled like last week. Yes. And he had a kind face and he was having an earnest, sincere conversation with his imaginary friend. And the first thing I thought was, K. Michelle. I'm not kidding. I saw hacky sack, dreadlock, John Goodman talking to voice number 3. And my first thought was K. Michelle. Moment of silence. Yeah. So now that I know what K. Michelle, how she gets down. Yes, last Thursday. I'm being kind because it actually smelled like last year. But so it's like, okay, it's fucked up not to believe a woman who's been DV'd, and yet you hear voices. What am I supposed to do with that? So now I don't know whose side I'm on. I've spent all these years giving these girls in Atlanta. Why y'all? What did I do? Y'all, I worked really hard to say that nice. Wait a minute, why are you gasping out loud? That was me regulating. Then bitch, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I tried. The fuck. But like, and K. Michelle, again, I said, K. Michelle, if I say anything that you don't like and you want to call me a stupid fat bitch, girl, have at it. It's okay. I promise you I don't care. Like, respect, I don't give a fuck on some real shit. So like, yeah, maybe Kandi wasn't wrong. But here's the thing. Even though Kandi and the girls were not wrong to question K. Michelle, ultimately, that man did allegedly beat up somebody else. Allegedly, you can't sue me. Shout out to my lawyer. He watches my show. You know how I know? I had a court case and they called me Blue rather than my government. Yikes. Did not realize lawyers watch Bluecentric live. So, yeah, girl, Kandi might have been wrong for not believing you, but you were wrong for putting her in a position where she couldn't believe you. Let's continue. That's just my version. Let's see what this man got to say instead. His version is probably much nicer. I probably should not have interrupted him. I am so sorry. I'm going to just let him talk.
Because Memphis was dating Toya, which is Rashida's friend. And this is also a time when K. Michelle and Tamar had got into it because Tamar didn't believe K. Michelle either because she was also friends with Toya.
So here's the group of girls who are being called Mean Girls by K. Michelle. I see Shamia. I see, let me make it bigger, child. I see Shamia, I see Rashida, I see LaToya, I see Kandi, I see Tamar, and I see K. Michelle, the alleged aggrieved party. By the way, I'm horrible with names. I'm so proud of myself that I just got that out without rehearsing. So yeah, these are the Mean Girls. First of all, how fucking beautiful is everybody? Especially their first faces, right? I love the original face of all these ladies. Damn, was that shady? Because I was being sincere, but I've been told because of the tism. Let's move on, child. Let me keep playing the video. I tried. Hold on.
And this is also what K. Michelle said when she was talking to Pinky, explaining what happened with her and Shamia in the hookah lounge with the mama.
You say to me, and I just hope you be loyal to me. I hope you be my friend because none of my friends want me to be your friend.
But
now I will say this: voices or not, you know, I've always said this. We did an amazing video called child, just look for the only video I got with Shamia and Portia on it, child. I've only done one Atlanta video this whole season. But my last Atlanta and Shamia video about Shamia and Portia and how they represent two archetypes, and I'm not rooting for neither. Y'all talking about Team Portia, Team Shamia. I'm Team, neither of you hoes are paying me. I'm minding my business. I just paid to share my opinion. I'm not Team anybody. The amount of people who DM me to tell me what team they're on, and I'm not on either team. I'm agnostic to this, right? I called Portia a selfish phoenix. Well, yes, she's self-serving, but also you have to applaud her for figuring out how to play the game and how to protect what's sacred. You don't have to like somebody to give them credit. Yes? And Shamia is the people pleaser. And because Shamia is a people pleaser, even though both of them are in their own way lacking emotional intelligence, what Portia's doing is working for Portia. What Shamia is doing is not working for Shamia. That's the only reason I talk about Shamia so much. I'm not talking about Shamia because I think she's wrong and Portia is right. I'm talking about Shamia because what she's doing is not working for her and what Portia's doing is working for her. Why the fuck would I critique a girl who's doing what she wants and it's working for her and she's thriving? That don't make no sense. The fact that y'all think that you need to have an opinion about someone whose life is aligned and working for them is crazy work to me. I'm an emotional intelligence coach. I've been doing this for 20 years. I don't look for right or wrong. I look for misalignment. One more time for the folks who are new here, who didn't recognize that they were walking into Narnia. We do shit different around here. I don't root for right or wrong when it's subjective, because this is a subjective issue, right? When the issue is subjective, i.e. a matter of opinion, I don't look for right and wrong. I say, who is aligned? Your values, your thinking, your life aligned, and you're thriving and you're happy? And who is misaligned? You're crying, you're sad, you're depressed, you feel like a victim. I go for the misalignment because that's the only place that I have a place to go. I'm not going to tell a bitch who's winning what my opinion is. Why would she care? Now, why do I move like this? Because guess what? I'm winning and I don't care about y'all's opinion. You see how that works? I'm not a hypocrite. As somebody who's doing my life my way and it's working for me, I'm not interested in your opinion because it's working for me. And if I was suffering, then maybe I'd be open to critique. Why would I want an opinion on something I like? Portia doesn't need my critique. And y'all don't need my critique on Portia because Portia likes her results. Shamia is on a tour talking about not liking her results. I am a coach. Why the fuck would I coach somebody who's good? Clark it, yes. So no, guys, I'm not Team Portia. I'm not anti-Shamia. I'm just doing my actual job and minding my business when I don't need to, which is a skill set that a lot of social commentarians don't know how to do. Yes? No personal grievances, no subtweets. I know how to fight in real life, so my big mouth is not writing a check that I can't cash. I live below my means in the way that I talk. If I talk crazy, imagine I can fight crazier. Yes? So as somebody who knows how to mind my business, unless I'm paid to give my opinion, we talk about Shamia because she's the only one crying, not because I have anything against her. Make sense? So let's continue.
To my understanding, K. Michelle and Kandi never had a real issue. Just K. Michelle had problems with all of Kandi's friends. But Kandi know exactly who K. Michelle is talking about. But I think where K. Michelle messed up at is she mentioned Kandi name. She didn't have to bring Kandi up. So then K. Michelle retweeted tweets saying this interviewer is messy. K. Michelle never said Kandi was a mean girl. Kandi is hollering like a hit dog. Kandi knows why K calls her friends the mean girls. They ganged up on her and said her abuse claims were fake and only retracted because their friends started getting beat up by the same.
Wait, not their friends started getting beat up by the same men. Yikes. Wait. The only friend that was dating Memph Hits was LaToya. So K. Michelle liked a tweet that alleges that it was mean to not believe that she had been DV'd. I agree. I do think it is mean to come out and say this bitch is lying about DV, even if you don't believe her. Why? Because you weren't there, and even a bitch you don't like can get her ass beat. Right? Even someone you don't like can be a victim. And unless I was 100% sure, they should have just shut the fuck up and left it for the group chat. I will say that. Going on the record to state that you don't believe a victim without proof that they were lying or being there yourself is actually fucked up, objectively speaking. So they were not fucked up for not believing her, because again, 1 + 1 is not 7. K. Michelle, you make it hard sometimes, yes? And though, what was wrong was coming out publicly to denounce her claims just to have someone that you care about allegedly find themselves in the same predicament. Isn't it crazy how those tables allegedly turn? And so K. Michelle rightfully liked this tweet. Look, guys, that can be fair to everybody. None of you bitches are paying me, so I can be fair to everybody. Yes? And even if you were paying me, you still couldn't buy my silence. So I agree with K. Michelle for being upset, and because I do think it was wrong to publicly denounce. I don't think it's wrong to not believe somebody who has a history of having a loose reality. I do think it's wrong to publicly denounce somebody unless you're 100% sure. In fact, I will say this. I agree. Rashida left a bad taste in my mouth from that. Same. I've never looked at Rashida the same way since then. I didn't talk about her when Kurt was stooping all those girls and bringing in outside babies, because, baby, that's, if you like it, I love it. Again, if this works for you, maybe y'all got an arrangement, right? Y'all be surprised how many couples have arrangement that they don't tell you about, and she crying, and he looks stupid, but low-key they have an arrangement, and he's just agreed not to embarrass her in front of her friends. Y'all got friends who are crying about shit that they secretly agreed to. You know how I know? Because they called me and booked me for an hour to talk about it. So I didn't judge her for their arrangement, because the first time it's a cheat, the second time it's an arrangement, the fifth time it's a storyline. Yes? But I did look at her crazy for publicly denouncing it. I thought it was incredibly fucking reckless, just for her to be proven wrong. I did too. Actually, oh my God, you're right. I stopped watching after that as well. So the public denouncement was wrong. But now K. Michelle liked this post. What else did the tweet say?
Man, it's one band, one sound with that click, so that absolutely does make them the mean girls. And then Kay quoted this tweet saying, actually, I didn't say that, but that lady did say you were Tigger's side piece. She wasn't.
So she said, that lady did say you were Tigger's side piece. Now, this is where media literacy comes from. When they said that girl did say you were Big Tigger's side piece, they were talking about the co-host of the show that Kandi's on, not Kandi. There was a huge scandal. There was a huge scandal in Atlanta that I almost reported on, and then I realized I didn't care. I started to, but I was like, I don't care about this, right? Y'all are always harassing me to cover stuff that I'm not sure I care about, and then you harass me enough until I do care. Yes, I say harass when I feel aggrieved. But, like, I did follow that story because I was following it because I was thinking about covering it. And in the story, Big Tigger, his wife, believed that he was sleeping with his co-host. So when this person says, didn't they say you were sleeping with Big Tigger? They weren't talking about Kandi. They were talking about the host who was getting harassed for weeks due to allegations made by his wife. Shout out to media literacy. So we're not talking about Kandi, y'all. There was two women in that video. One of them literally works for Big Tigger and was accused of being his side piece. And the other one is Kandi. Now, I'm not doing Blue's Clues here. Child, all day 1 + 1 is 7, apparently. We doing bad math all day, apparently. Just bad math all day. But I digress from pointing out the fucking obvious. Because God forbid we do our homework, because it's better to make fake headlines.
Talk about Kandi, she was talking about the interviewer. But it's giving storyline for Real Housewives of Atlanta. I don't know, but how y'all feel? Let's talk in the comments. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all soon.
Do you understand? Do you understand?
Now, this is K. Michelle, apparently. I intentionally didn't watch this clip because it was like 2 minutes long, and it takes a while for me. Listening to K. Michelle talk for 2 minutes does my head in. Yeah, I have to be in the right mindset, so I didn't watch this because I didn't want to go through this more than once. So we're going to go through this together. We're going to go through this together. Let's see what K. Michelle has to say.
How many women every day go through jobs where they are being called, it's a colorist situation for them?
Wait, colorism? Now, hold on. K. Michelle says Shamia Morton is playing the colorism card. Wait, but Shamia has never once on the show said it was colorism. Has she? Maybe she said colorism somewhere else. Now, here, K. Michelle, you saw how hard I tried to give you credit when it was objectively due to you, despite the voices. Child, I hope rotund John Goodman with the locks. Not me being worried about white men in my neighborhood. Oh my God, am I a reverse Karen? I live in a gated community, so as long as the gate stays closed, we should be safe. But now I'm wondering if that unhoused white man made it into my cul-de-sac, honey. She said it was colorism? Okay, thank you for, because you guys, I'm saying when I don't know, I really say I don't know. So she has said it's colorism. Okay. So I don't think it's fair. Okay, Michelle, I just finished saying them girls should have watched their mouths about talking about whether you were hit or not because they weren't in your relationship. I think it's time to flip that. I think it's also time to flip that you don't get to tell somebody who is dark skinned that they're not experiencing colorism as a lighter skinned woman. I don't know if you started off light skinned, but you certainly are now. Yes? I don't think you get to do that. Now, I, as a dark skinned woman, can talk about this all day. Shut up, y'all. Don't do the whole thing about brown skin. In this household, I am Wesley fucking Snipes. Thank you. So I just think even you jumping out to talk about the colorism thing when you yourself were the victim of somebody being dismissive to your plight that they didn't understand. Now this feels hypocritical. Wait, why are y'all screaming? Oh, y'all, we're not doing this. Y'all, we're not doing this. Thank you. Shout out to Lupita and them. Thank you. Anyway, first of all, we're never going to teach y'all about olive undertones. I'm a dark-skinned woman with olive undertones because my daddy Cuban, okay? Thank you. But like I was saying, though, okay, Michelle, don't be a hypocrite after I just defended you a little bit. Don't do that. You don't get to tell that lady that she not... Thank you, sis. This chat happens at least twice a quarter. Thank you. I appreciate those of you who understand the color wheel. You guys, it's lighting, okay? Well, not lighting. I haven't been outside a lot. So I will say this. I tan a lot. Black women, if you are a brown-skinned woman, because y'all like that fucking term, who tans, who can be fucking blue-black, if you go outside, if I go outside for 20 minutes, y'all wouldn't be talking about nothing. I promise you. I just haven't got no sun, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, family. Thank you. Okay. And for those of you who are blue, why do you fight so hard to be called dark skinned? Because number one, it's a political statement. If you think being black is good, if you think being black is a good thing, why do you fight so hard to be seen as lighter? This is not about me anymore, but I am circling this back to K. Michelle. If somebody was to call you rich and you make good money, but they thought you made more money than them, would you be offended that they thought you were richer than you really are? I'll wait. If you made high six figures, but you were told that rich starts at $1 million, which is 7 figures, and someone called you rich, despite the fact that you might technically be a little bit less than what they assumed, would you be offended that they thought you were richer than you really are? No, because being rich is a good thing. So why the fuck would I be offended about being called dark skinned? The only way being seen as blacker than I might be is bad is if black isn't so great. Yeah, I'm that kind of fucking pro-black. Stop playing with me. I will never have an issue with being called a dark-skinned black woman because I love being black. Y'all see me as more black is not a bad thing. Thank you. This concludes my fucking TED Talk that we have once a quarter. Let me have this. Thank you. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tan before the fucking pop-up shop. I'm going to go outside raw dogging and no SPF. I'm going to risk the skin problems. Just shut y'all up. Oh, I'm going to be so fucking tan in September. Watch. You see, now I feel spiteful. Now I feel spiteful. All right, so back to K. Michelle and this new shade she's in. K. Michelle don't get to tell Shamia that she's not dark-skinned. Not dark-skinned, not dealing with colorism from being dark-skinned. Because we know Bravo has a history of being incredibly colorist. We saw the Green-Eyed Bandits got away with murder. Giselle Bryant and what's the butch who likes men? Robin. Giselle and Robin were doing that Green-Eyed Bandit shit unchecked for like a century. At least it felt like a century, yes. So Bravo has a history of having an all-black cast where everybody's light bright. Right? So Ashley too. And here's the thing, and I'm going to say this nicely. No, I'm not going to say that because I just realized I was about to say this nicely and there was no way to say that nicely. So I'm going to, look at me, course correcting. Let's go back to K. Michelle trying to talk about how Shamia can't talk about colorism as if K. Michelle has any right to do so. K, baby, you be right until you be wrong. That's the thing about K. She be right. She be right and then she be wrong.
And for you to play that card, that's a deadly card. Like, when I went through my abuse, when I saw women would play with abuse, I didn't like that because it was women like me really going through abuse and no one believed us. So once you get messy and you've got everyone mad at you and you can't keep up your lie, then it's colorist. No.
Again, K. Michelle, let me say this. Has Shamia done things that were unintentionally manipulative? Absolutely. Y'all hate when I point this out. If you haven't seen my Atlanta breakdown of why I call Shamia unintentionally manipulative, I don't think she's malicious. I do not believe Shamia Morton has a single malicious bone in her body. But she's incredibly unintentionally manipulative in the way that all people pleasers are manipulative. It's impossible to be a people pleaser without being manipulative. Literally fucking impossible. If you haven't seen that video, I'll make sure to tag it in the comments. And those of you who have seen the video, put the link for the others. Yeah? I spent 3 hours explaining this to you. I did a whole masterclass on why people pleasers are pathological liars. So, because Shamia is a people pleaser, she's a liar. She has to be. You cannot please everybody and tell the truth. Physical impossibility. Yes? You can't please everybody and tell the truth. It doesn't happen in science. So, has Shamia unintentionally created messes for herself because she's trying to please everybody, which means she can't be honest with anybody? Sure. And however, that doesn't mean that she's still not suffering from colorism because she's getting less grace. Because let's be honest, all the girls fudge the truth and do dastardly shit for a storyline and for a fucking promo clip. You watched it twice? Oh, I love that. It's one of my favorite lives. I don't cover Atlanta often because we cover it so much on Carlos's show. It feels redundant to me. But that live was so academic. It had nothing to do with the show that I do with Carlos. And I love the kiki we had. But I saw some of the comments that were sent to me from friends. And I was like, oh, this is an academic teaching moment. And it was a really great teaching moment. So you speaking on this, K. Michelle, is not only fucked up. You using your abuse as an excuse to speak on it is deeply ironic because you got it backwards. No, we're doing Nicolandria right after this one. I wanted to do K. Michelle first.
So just don't get ready for whatever big old dramatic story or lie you're going to tell. But I don't want no parts of it. No parts of it one bit. Do you hear me? Because you are dangerous. It's one thing to be funny, evil, and mean. But the plotting, the manipulation.
I don't think Shamia might be plotting a little bit. No, but not plotting. Here's the thing about words like plotting. I feel like the word plotting might be accurate, but I think all the girls plot to some degree. I think all the girls plot to some degree, and then they get to a point where they learn not to need it. I think the new girls, when they're green, are plotting because they're fighting for their lives, and then they kind of relax into their power and say, bitch, I ain't got to plot. I am the fucking program. I'm bigger than the program, right? I think a perfect example of that was actually Portia. Portia was caught plotting and kicked off the show. I don't think she was kicked off the show for plotting, but she was caught plotting and then later left the show, right? And I think that's why she doesn't plot now. I think now she's like, bitch, I'm so above this. They tried to kill me thrice. I'm still alive. I actually am hoping the same for Shamia, that any sort of maneuvering, I'll use that word to be kinder, any sort of maneuvering that she did to solidify herself or to feel safer or to feel like she had an alliance with people, I understand why she did it. I still think it was the wrong thing to do. And I hope that she relaxes into her power and can stand on her own without that because she's so fucking talented. But K. Michelle, I'm gonna be very clear with you. And I was trying to find a nice way to say it. It's been 10 minutes of me stalling. I can't think of a nice way to say it. So fuck it. I'm gonna just say it honestly. A bitch who's caping for R. Kelly in 2026 ain't got damn business calling nobody else fucking dangerous. Words mean things. A woman, a domestic violence survivor who I believed immediately, who knows what it's like to have a man rob you of your peace and your dignity. For you to have gone through that and still be claiming that Robert Kelly is a decent human being and the only people we need to be chastising are the parents and not the pedophile? My nigga. And you think a dark-skinned black woman on the franchise that has 1.5 dark-skinned black women at a time, using the word colorism is dangerous, but not you caping for Robert Kelly. One plus one is 7, huh? Bad math. Baby, that word is strong for somebody who, let me shut up. I just heard what I was about to say, and even I thought that was me, so I'm gonna stop.
The things you do, all that stuff you did to get under Portia's skin, all that stuff you was doing to get under mine. I see it. I'm from Memphis. How long you thought you were gonna get away doing that? I'm from the street. How long? I'm comfortable now. I'm comfortable now.
K. Michelle watches our show. I can totally tell. There's little things she's saying that are callbacks to some of the critiques we had. She watches the show. Hey, girl. How you doing?
And I see it for what it is.
Oh. Did you see R. Kelly in the video where he peed on that girl? I saw that for what it was, too. I used to think, oh, we're not going to do that. You believe you can fly? Like a bird? No, we're not going to do that. Okay.
I'm in peace. And I'm going to do my job. All of the many jobs I have. Mm-hmm. But I want no parts of you. And yeah, I said it. Got proof.
Can you now say that same thing to R. Kelly? That was a great speech. Love it. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Can you copy and paste all the smoke that you have for a dark-skinned black woman in America with 3 Ks speaking on her lived experience? All that smoke that you have for that, can you apply it to the PDF file that you were just caping for a couple of minutes ago? Can we do that? Do you want a part of that, maybe?
Not no shouting out on a reunion couch. I got real proof.
Oh.
So you keep playing with me. See you later. See you later. See you later.
Is that an R. Kelly riff? Sounds familiar.
See you later. Girl, hang it up. Ain't nobody Portia lapdog. Me and Portia fight with each other all day. Who else lapdog you want to be? Y'all been saying lapdog. Ain't y'all been saying it for like 3 years? It don't even sound right. Bitch, I'm me. Been her.
Somebody said, wait, I'm confused. Is the beef between Kandi and K. Michelle or Shamia and K. Michelle? The beef is between Autumn Girls and Sense. Hope that helps.
Gonna fight with everybody. If I feel like it, gonna love on everybody if I feel like it. You got to ship that one on out somewhere, because that don't even sit well with me, baby. Okay.
K. Michelle try to get up and fight Shamia.
Not Big Tigger's alleged side piece, who's not Kandi. Take a look. It's in our book, Media Literacy. Yes, okay. I didn't hit that note. Same girl is now interviewing our good friend Kelly. Look, man, I ain't say that. You said that. I ain't say that. You said that. I'm not saying, except for Kandi. Kandi didn't do shit but mind her business and be so poppin' they had to bring her up for relevancy. Kandi's innocent. Everybody else, I'm looking at a little crazy.
Well, somebody on this cast actually tried to fight me.
What you mean?
Yeah, I brought this up on the show. I was like, didn't Shamia say that somebody tried to fight her? And when they said, well, who tried to fight you? She said, you'll see who got knocked if you buck with me on the reunion, and that's who tried to fight me. The only person who got knocked if you buck with her was K. Michelle. So, well, you know.
Like, knuck if you buck.
No, physically?
Yeah.
Michelle painted the picture as if this was a mock cross-examination that Shamia was doing at the dinner. So what happened at the dinner?
Kelly, please stop using the fillers. That cheek is taut. You're a pretty girl. Please stop.
Kelly, you were there.
Was I there?
And then she drinks her.
Oh, konnichiwa. Is that the right thing? Did I just make that up? Is konnichiwa a word? I've been making stuff up sometimes in my head when it comes to other people's languages. But konnichiwa, if that's the right word. Thank you from Japan. I almost went to Tokyo for Christmas. I was looking up the flights, and then I saw the prices. I'm not broke, but I'm not that kind of rich. Yeah, I tried to look up Japan in December. Yikes. You're going to have to send me something in my P.O. box, friend, because, you know, it's my dream to go to Japan. But them prices, whew, bon Dieu.
Her coffee, y'all. Yes, you were there, Kelly.
How's your morning going? You having a good morning?
I'm having a great morning.
The thing I like about Kelly is she wants the fame so bad. She is eating this up. My girl loves it. Remember how back in like 2008, everybody was being obvious about how bad they wanted to be famous? Lady Gaga. Remember Lady Gaga was like, my dream in life is to be famous. Bitch wasn't even trying to be humble. Yes? Or who else was like that? Who was like blatantly obvious? All the reality stars. I just want to be famous. I don't care what it's for, right? I feel like Kelly gives me 2008, I want to be famous energy. It's so blatant. I can't hate on it. Y'all know I will always have respect for a bitch who's like, you know what, bitch? I want it. I want to be famous. I don't care if it's a mess. It gives me a reason to get hired next year so I can keep paying my rent. Yes, Kim Kardashian was the queen of that. She's giving me Kim Kardashian, like blatant, I need to be famous. And I don't hate it because I respect it more than the alternative. You see what I'm saying? I'd rather a bitch be blatant like her, like, ho, I don't care if we're talking about the weather. Yes, put the camera on me. Yes, I called the paparazzi on my fucking self. Yes, I have a restaurant that's only making $15K a year and payroll is 30. So of course it's going to have to shut down and Juiceadora is going to have to, point out that I'm broke. But at least they're talking about me, ho. Okay? You can't spell bankruptcy without bank. Okay? Which is exactly what I'm going to get from being on all these shows. Like, Kelly, I get it. I get your grift. I respect how shameless you are about it. This is going to sound backhanded. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. I prefer this to the girls who are Kelly and pretending. No, she, is it 15K? Child, the girls be giving some really paltry numbers when they talk about business, but because they talk fast, I think we're going to be impressed. It'd be real awkward over there. Oh my God, my business makes $20,000 a month. I'm popping. Okay, girl, whatever you say. Atlanta numbers are different than LA numbers. The numbers that y'all flex with in Atlanta are the numbers that would have us under a bridge in LA. That's not me being a bitch. That's just called economics. Look it up. Cost of living differences in different regions. I'm not being shady, just being okay. Let's continue, y'all. I was trying to make it better, but now y'all talking about blue stop, so I'm gonna stop. Okay.
Morning.
Awesome, me too.
Did K. Michelle try to get up and fight Shamia? Okay.
Girl, this coffee's so hot.
Okay. She said, no comment. So you're not going to tell us nothing about what happened. That's fine.
I can smell the hair in this room. That's a lot of bundles between the two of them. It's a lot of bundles. I'm sorry, my ADHD is activated. What? You can't spell bankruptcy without bank. What? That's just a shout out to Cheech. Richard's husband's always saying that I talk like a battle rapper, and I did not hear it until he said it, and now I've started to hear it. If y'all knew, here's the funny thing about this show. This is the edited version of what I'm thinking. This is me being nice. I swear on my life, this is me being nice.
That's okay. That's all right. And I asked her why she didn't say anything while she was sitting in between Shamia and how come you didn't say anything?
Because what I was explaining to you is, even though we met for dinner and they had this whole situation, it wasn't about me. It had nothing to do with me. Mm-hmm. I just so happened to be there, right?
Now, sis. You found out the girls that everybody's talking about were going to be having dinner, and you just so happen to be there. Dab your forehead and then tell the truth again. Let's okay, whatever you say, friend. Okay.
And I want to give both of these ladies, I love them both, and shout out to my bestie Shamia. Love her dearly. I want them to be able to take the time to figure it out on their own without me, right? And then if I need to come in and say whatever it is I need to say, or, speak on what I witnessed and speak.
If I need a moment so that Andy can make sure that he references me on the couch so I can stay relevant.
On, where maybe somebody lacked and went wrong, I'll do that. But they can make up today or tomorrow, and then I'm going to be left in the middle of it, right? And that's not where I want our friend group to be, right?
That's not where you want to be, Donnell Jones? Where I want to be. Okay. He was lying, and so were you. Skibidi-bidi-doo. Both of y'all lying. But when you love someone, you just lie on podcast.
I think we are both successful ladies. Shout out to Kay and, Jesus and Whiskey. And shout out to my bestie for working on her new album and all the amazing things. These are both amazing women. Do things go too far?
Every time she lies, I'm just going to have Donald Jones. I don't mean to hurt you, baby.
Absolutely. But I want to give them the room and the space to make up, right? And I don't want to.
You want them to make up so you can lose your storyline? But when you love someone, you just don't treat them bad. Girl, you lying. Oh, how I feel so bad. Who's verses tonight? We still do verses? We still doing that? Y'all still singing for Lemon Pepper Wings? Y'all still okay? Child, I've been busy working.
Interject in that. So shout out to them. I love them both. And let's just see.
What they say? Say it again.
The same Kelly who don't want to be involved unless it involves her, in the middle of this, went to game night with Kandi Burruss and made a point to pander to the camera. Oh my God, Donald Jones versus Joe today? Oh my God, what are the chances that I would mention Donald Jones for the first time ever on a live broadcast and it's his verses? Y'all don't understand. I just be picking up shit from the ether. I do feel like I should wear like a tin hat when I go live so I don't accidentally channel. Y'all remember when I accidentally channeled Nicolandria and that shit was trending on fucking Threads and everybody was up my ass and I had to go into hiding for a week? Yeah, I need to figure out a way not to channel on live because I be selling people's business accidentally without even knowing what I'm doing. But yes, the same girl who just told us, she didn't want to be involved. Look at her. Let's see what it looks like when you don't care about the limelight and don't want to be involved in other people's drama, but happen to be sitting next to everybody involved at all times in front of a camera with your face beat and your bundles wefted and installed. Let's see what that looks like. Allegedly.
They just made us aware that we've done the best of any team that has played this game, meaning no team that has played the spell off so far has won 27 points except for our team.
Do you know what that means, guys? It means that she needs to come back to RHOA.
What? She needs to come back to RHOA so the Smalls couch can have an extra person. Kandi's talking about game night, and you're trying to produce the next year's reunion. But you just happen to be there when Shamia and K. Michelle were having their little fisticuffs. Girl, skibidi-bidi-doo.
How did she get that to make that?
It's two housewives winning.
Is this
I thought that was so good.
Girl. Yeah, girl.
Let's see in the comments what y'all.
Let's see in the comments, baby. You're not live. You're in a parking lot talking to a phone. Y'all, I live in LA. I've been to many a parking lot with a famous person kikiing after a fun night. She looked at this man's iPhone 12 and said, let's see in the comments. Kelly, I want you to have 5 more seasons. There's a part of me that has a deep appreciation for whatever the fuck this is that I'm looking at right now. It's pure. No, it's pure. Whatever she is pure. I don't know if it's pure audacity, gall, delusion. Baby girl, you got it. No, seriously, Kelly, we need you on the show. Because if everybody's making sense, we don't have a storyline. We need you on the show. We need you to keep lying. For those of you who are babies, Donell Jones has a song called When You Love Someone, You Just Don't Treat Them Bad. Oh, how I feel so bad that I gotta leave. It's about a fuck boy who's about to leave the love of his life and making all types of excuses, knowing damn well he already has a fucking agenda to do what the fuck he wants. That's the analogy we're drawing between Donell Jones and Kelly. For those who, went over your head, want to make sure you understand my brain works. Okay.
I think, girl, you could have got 2 women.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm choosing violence.
Okay, so the white lady saying good morning choosing violence means it's time to Love Island. Whenever a white woman's choosing violence, it must be Love Island. Let's go. Okay, guys, I'm done talking about Kelly and Kenny. I'm already bored. Shout out to ADHD. ADHD. So the answer is the girls are tussling in Atlanta, and it's Thursday. What else is new? Water's wet. Like I don't think we. It wasn't a lot of people made a big deal. Like, oh my god, what's happening? What's birds chirp, dogs bark, cats meow. I don't think what's happening in Atlanta is noteworthy, but you all tagged me on it, so I hope I did it justice. Okay. 11106 Nicolandria. Okay, so here's the part where I'm gonna work really hard not to glow. Okay, that sounded fake. I sound like Kelly. Oh my god, I just happened to be there. I just happened to be there. Somebody said, but I still need to get this watch, should be Kelly's tagline. Yikes. Well, let's pivot now to Nicolandria. You guys, we cannot talk about Nicolandria in the year of 20 and 26 without first talking about the failed grift that is, what is it? Encyclopedia Britannica? What's it called? What they called the fake Nicolandria. Remember I did a live where I talked about how Love Island producers were mad that Nicolandria happened outside their watch and therefore they couldn't commodify it and take credit for it. And Nicolandria became the biggest success of the U.S. franchise in history. And they were so bitter about it. They just had a bunch of to-be actors do this season to try to give us 4 different types of Nicolandria. You had, what you would call it, Broke Man's Nicolandria. You had Wasian Nicolandria. You had a Haitian girl who likes to fight and some nigga from across the seas, Nicolandria. Like, we had a whole Brittany. There we go. Y'all know I don't remember shit I don't care about. Yes. Encyclopedia Britannica. So, we can't talk about Nicolandria in 2026 without first talking about how y'all tried to play my fucking face back in June. Let the record show. Baby, no, I was not on this. You know how y'all, I always say I wasn't wrong, I was early, and I go and I say that on different people's podcasts. Now everybody's saying like it's theirs. Timestamps matter. As the person who started that, I wasn't wrong, I was early. I wasn't wrong, I was also early on that statement. Yes, I love that it's Okay, we're back. That was so weird. That was not my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi is actually incredibly strong right now. That was StreamYard. Okay, we're back. That was so weird. That was not my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi is actually incredibly strong right now. Not that my phone's on. Yeah, you guys, that was so weird. That was. Can y'all see me? My Wi-Fi is very strong. You guys, that night I got put on timeout. Hey, that's not gonna work. Timeouts don't work on me, respectfully. I'm gonna go back exactly where we're gonna do not Blue in Trouble. We're gonna do Nicolandria. What I was talking about, you know what? It's probably Peacock. Does Peacock own a StreamYard? Does Peacock own StreamYard? Interesting. Somebody said Bonjebo. Bonjebo means God is good. Okay, we're back. You guys, there's a thing called, I don't know if it works in all the countries, but in America, there's a thing called fast.com. And if you go on fast.com, you can test your Wi-Fi speed immediately. I have started going on, when I tell you my Wi-Fi is probably the highest speed it's been all year. So you're not Chris Colleen raggedy ass. Yeah. So y'all, that was not my Wi-Fi. Y'all know I'm quick to cuss out Verizon. I got two Wi-Fi. I got Verizon and Spectrum. Peacock, I see what you're doing. You're trying to take me out. I'm not cutting that out. I'm keeping it in the live. I want y'all to see how the man is out to get. I'm just joking. I don't care. All right, we're back. Here's the thing, guys. Y'all can try to mute me all you want. I plan to live to be 100. A lot of people ask me, I said I'm 112. Back to the scam that is Brittany. Okay? Back to the scam that is nothing. Y'all try to say, wait, hold on. I'm a little glitchy? How? Okay, hold on. I'm looking at me on my phone. I'm not glitchy. Y'all, how am I breaking up when my Wi-Fi is this good? Okay. Okay, guys, I'm watching me on my phone. I've never once glitched on my phone. Florence, start to watch Who Calls Me Glitchy When I'm Not. I find that very suspicious. I'm looking at myself on the broadcast on my phone. I ain't see no glitch. Oh, the audio. Okay, I can't speak for the audio. I got ops in here. Okay. Okay. Y'all, I'm hard to kill, respectfully. Let me not say that too much, but first of all, I'm hard to find. You have to find me to kill me. I'm hard to find. We're back, and let's talk about the scam that's Brittany. We're going to do 1 hour and 20 minutes and 36 seconds. 1 hour, 20 minutes and 36 seconds. I've started doing timestamps on my own now, just so we know. For those who are skipping right to this part, you missed an interesting thing where NBC Universal tried to take me out, but they didn't know that I was tracking my own fucking Wi-Fi, so I know it wasn't that. Okay. We're back. All right. Oh, man, this is queued up. Now I got to find that white lady to start the fucking segment. Let's do it.
He was in the interview on the big.
We don't hear about no damn Kandi. There we go. Where do we start with the fraud that? Okay, so first we start with not the fraud that is Kelly. I meant the fraud that is Brittany. Not Kelly. You Kelly. I know. My God, you like blue. I like pink. Kelly, girl, it's okay. I'll hug you when I see you. I'll pick you up and hug you. I promise. We'll be cool.
We got two women.
Good morning. I'm choosing violence.
Okay, so this white lady, I'm choosing violence from a white woman because y'all know, whenever you hear a white woman choosing violence, it's probably Love Island. We're back. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to put my, go to youtube.com to see the Bluecentric YouTube page. While I'm doing this real quick, because I want to make sure that I can see my own page. Hold on. And there we go. And confirm for myself. I look good. What you talking about? Oh, my skin does. Oh, okay. It is very glowy. I had an allergic reaction to some product. And so here's the thing that's so funny, guys. My skin is so sensitive. When I have an allergic reaction, instead of turning red, I get little white patches. So I'm healing from whatever in the fuck I was allergic to. So y'all have to keep talking about my skin. My skin be going through stuff. I'm going through something right now. Okay, we all have our own problems. We're all in this together. All right, we're back. Brittany is why we have to start here before we can talk about Nicolandria. How y'all have me fucked up. Because it's very clear that Brittany was built just to finally capitalize on what they weren't able to capitalize on Nicolandria last year, because Nicolandria happened organically and Nicolandria was for the people. Okay? If y'all don't understand how this industry works, they don't like it when y'all come together and they can't commodify it and get a check from it. They don't like it. They loved how popular Nicolandria was. They despised that they couldn't commodify it for themselves. Yes, they are trying to silence us. Baby, I've been doing this for 20 years. The first time I went viral was in September of 2001. The first time I went viral was September 2001. What year is it? Just because you discovered me last month doesn't mean I haven't been doing this for 25 years. People are like, Blue, you always talking about 18 years this, 20 years this, 25 years this. Yes, bitch, I've been doing everything for a long time. I've been me for a very long time. Isn't it great? It takes 20 years to be an overnight success, apparently. Yes? But I need you to understand how this business works. When you go viral and nobody gets paid but you, companies don't like that. When you go viral and nobody gets paid but you, companies don't like that. The reason why I have a YouTube manager, even though I only have 53,000 followers, is because my engagement rate is twice the average. And people actually listen to me. So my voice is small but mighty. Yes? Google offers me that kind of incentive because they're making money off of me. Google don't give a fuck that I'm teaching emotional intelligence and trying to help y'all. They don't care that the Blue Crew is teaching people a new way to build community online. They could give a good goddamn that you're all now armed with better language and better frameworks to go forward in life. I care about that. YouTube cares that they can make money off of me. Yes? It's the same thing with Nicolandria. That blue smoke is thick today. Is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. I've had a long week. So I did an entire video where honestly, it's my favorite video. And the video is called, actually, I want to shout out this video. Not me shouting myself out, bitch. What is going on? Well, I never said I was modest. So I guess I don't have to apologize. But let me go to the Bluecentric page. Can I just tell you the fact that my team advised me to start doing thumbnails with my face on them. Y'all love it. I hate it. I hate seeing my face 8 million times. It's helping with the engagement and people can recognize my face more. But like the idea of seeing my face all on my page when I'm about to show you the screenshot right now gives me a little bit of the ick. Ugh. People who like seeing their face everywhere, I don't get it. I didn't get that gene. All right. So let's go to let's take this white lady down for a second. This is the Bluecentric page, right? When you see, let's see, this is the video where we are now. Oh, look at this picture. I intentionally picked this picture right here. If you look at this picture, I was tanned. You see how dark I am in that picture? So pretty. Chocolate. All right. Where's the fucking Nicolandria one that we're talking about? No, not that one. There we go. This video right here where it says Bluecentric Live, the real reason Love Island USA feels weird. That's what I have the bun up, which means I was working. That's the video I want y'all to watch. In that video, I spend hours. Yes, I cite myself. If Time Magazine and Washington Post and every major publication in America can cite me, why can't I cite my fucking self? I agree, sis. That video was one of my, actually it wasn't one. It was my absolute favorite live. My absolute favorite live of the entire season, because it was when I finally had enough data to shame the devil. Right? I finally had enough data. So that video, the real reason that Love Island feels weird this season, that's the one where we get into the nitty gritty. And it's so funny. I had lunch with a friend. I think it was Sheila. Well, shout out to Sheila Marie. Sheila said, she was like, bitch, I haven't even seen the live, but I've seen it cited a million times. I understand why. We did a lot of work. We co-created a really beautiful live. If you ever watch any Love Island lives of mine, skip all the other ones where I'm just calling out the fucking devils and the demons. That's the one you need to watch, because that was a teachable moment. That had nothing to do with Love Island. That was teaching media literacy. Now, why am I bringing this up? In the same way we talked about how the reason why the machine is out against Nicolandria because the machine couldn't commodify it for their own sake. This is also why we got stuck with Brittany. And what happens when a Black person and their allies do something naturally, and then the machine that is steeped in white supremacy tries to recreate it. I'll wait. When Black people and their allies organically build something that is beloved, what always, and I don't use superlatives often, so you know I mean it. What always happens when a system steeped in white supremacy tries to recreate something that happens organically with Black people? Yes, it has no sauce. That's true. There's also a second thing. The second thing is it centers the white gaze. Oh shit, alum is right now. Fuck, I need to end this soon. You guys, we're gonna have to end this and come back in a second because we went way over. We went so over. So to my alum, thank you for hitting me up. We went so over. I might have to send y'all a refund. We went so over. So over. I apologize, right? And so I need y'all to know we're gonna wrap up soon and then I have to pivot. Because when I tell you this week has been kicking our ass, I absolutely have to pivot. But I want you guys to watch this really, really quick because, actually, let me call Mel. Mel. You're about to hear a production call live.
Hello.
Are you watching the live? You're on voice speaker, so be careful what you say.
Hi. I was, but I had to turn it psycho focus.
So the mishap that happened with the shop today.
Yes.
So it meant that I had to start my live late, which means we missed alum again. I'm live right now, and alum is right now. So for the sake of integrity, we're gonna send a message to everybody saying that we're gonna offer them a refund for August because it just wasn't meant to be. There's too much going on this month.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do the math on what the but can you send them all a message though?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to, you guys hold on for a second. This is how I want to make sure that the people who support us understand that when we make a mistake, we can take accountability. So the first thing, Mel, in the email, we're not going to make any excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that could go wrong this week went wrong this week. Everything that could have gone wrong last week went wrong last week. It was bigger than all of us, but because I'm in charge, I have to eat it. So I'm going to pull up the alum list, email guests, copy guests. All right. And I'm going to email you all of their emails, Mel.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Do it as a BCC because we want to respect people's privacy. Not everybody wants everybody to have their email. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So I'm going to send it to, not me sending it to myself. I'm so used to working for myself. I'm going to send it to you and send a sincere apology that getting the shop up once again, we now in retrospect realize that we should have canceled alum for the month of August while trying to do a relaunch and my court case. It was too much.
Yeah.
It was too much. Alum list. So you're basically sending this email to Bluecentric management email, and they're BCC'd as the blind item, so everybody is what they call it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this, just tell them we're gonna have to eat it. This happens sometimes. There's no excuse. Tell them Blue is making zero excuses, and she's actually live right now. And that we're gonna eat it, and we're gonna just do the math and send them all a refund for the month of August. There's two options. Either we can refund them August. I'm thinking they don't care about the money. They wanted the community, right?
Yeah. I was thinking.
Yeah. So if they want community and the money doesn't mean that to them because it's not a huge amount because we don't charge a lot for alum to begin with. Let's say that I think alum is supposed to be one of the months is off. I think it's September is off or October's off. Which month are we off?
I think it's September.
Tell them we're gonna let them vote. They can either get a refund, which is totally fine, and they're right. We'll eat that. We fucked up. Or I can reschedule it for September when life isn't whooping my ass right now. Okay?
Got it.
Tell them, first off, Blue makes zero excuses. Her live went way over and she couldn't just abruptly stop the live. She apologizes. If you are upset about what happened, we totally get it. The site is relaunching this weekend. It was bigger than all of us. In retrospect, we should have canceled it to begin with. And however, two resolutions, right? Because accountability means improved behavior. Either we reschedule it for next month when life is back to normal, or you can get a refund. We respect either choice. Just let us know by close in the next 48 hours so that we can put you on either list.
Okay.
Because I don't want to send you a refund if you're going to fucking show up next month. I mean, that's not fair. Yes?
Right.
All right. I love you so much.
I love you too.
Oh, bitch, I forgot I was on camera. We got to go. All right. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
The way I forgot I was live. The way I forgot we were live for a second. Hey guys, so you just had a look into how my conversations go with my team. I don't code switch even on live. So for the alum, I am so fucking sorry. Today whooped me, zero excuses. I've been up since 4 a.m. I have been up since 4 a.m. And this live was too important for me to skip. It got pushed and we're going to go over it. So everybody watching the live, let's continue. Back to Nicolandria. Take 3. My God. First, the Peacock people turned my fucking StreamYard off. Then I realized that we double booked. Nicolandria, take 3. 1 hour, 34 minutes. Let me read the timestamp, child. 1 hour, 34 minutes. Child, how many times we're going to have for Nicolandria? Jesus, what? Cheese and bread. Okay. Nicolandria, take 3. Let's just watch the damn video, child. No more intros. I'm giving this intro twice. As a business owner, stuff like when you're doing something big in business, be prepared for everything to go wrong. Be prepared for everything to go wrong, okay? And I think that's a good segue for Nicolandria. Let's see what this white woman... Oh, yes, what I was saying is when the establishment takes over for something that has... Actually, no, I should leave the Nicolandria thing for the original timestamp. I'm going to do a Control Z. 120.36. We're going back to 120.36 because that was real life. And I feel like Nicolandria fans understand real life better than anybody, child, because y'all be fighting for y'all lives. Anyways, when a conglomerate takes over something that happens organically with people of color and our allies, what happens is it has no soul and it also centers the white gaze. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it, right? And so it's not lost on me. It's not lost on me that white people love Britity. I'm going to say something controversial, but I mean it, so fuck it, why not? Nicolandria is for the niggas. And those who love the niggas. Shout out to our white, Asian, and Latin non-black allies. Nicolandria is FUBU. It is for us, by us. I said last year that in my not so humble opinion, there are 2 forms of black love. The first and most prioritized form of black love is 2 black people loving on each other. That's the first version. And it will always be the version that I cape for the hardest because it's the version that the machine fights against the hardest. Yes? The second version of black love that I have evolved to make room for is a black person being loved properly by someone who likes blackness. You see where I'm going with this? FUBU versus grifters versus to be grifters, yes? Nicolandria was for us, by us, because we were watching a black woman be loved in the specific way that a black woman needs to be loved properly. By a man who was incredibly pro-black, not without being problematic, because niggas is problematic. Everybody's problematic, yes? So nobody's perfect. If you're a white person, you've had to confront some internalized bias, whether you know it or not. It's impossible to be white without internalizing some sort of anti-blackness that you have to dismantle intentionally. Yes? And however, as right as you can get it while still being white, Nick is on that line. He gets it right more than he gets it wrong. And so Even though I'm a black woman who's only ever dated black men. I'm a black woman who still prefers black men. I'm a black woman who works really hard, really hard to center black people loving on each other, while the rest of you think that making a bunch of biracials named Jalen is going to heal the world. It's not. Jalen's racist. Y'all got racist biracials. Y'all literally said biracials were going to save the world, and y'all just made racist half black people. How is that helping? The call is coming from inside. In the back room, but still inside. Yes? So making everybody biracial wasn't the issue. The issue was letting black people love each other properly, because the way the system works is it ripped us apart and then replaced us with others. Y'all have to let black people learn how to love each other properly first before you divert us to other people. That's not me being anti-interracial relationship. That's me just understanding psychology. You have to fix what you broke before you give me a new toy. Yes? And so watching Olandria go through the journey of preferring and centering black men, working really hard at times to her own fucking detriment to center a black man, realizing that black man intentionally did not want her, graciously recusing herself, and then when a white man wanted her, demanding that he confronts her race as something that he sees rather than, I don't see color. Nigga, then what's wrong with you? I like my color. Why would you not see the best parts of me? I love being black. Why would you not see my color? My race was not the issue. Race is not the issue. Racism is. You colorblind motherfuckers are part of the problem. Why would you eradicate the richest part of me, dummy? So she went through all of that. And then when the white man came, she said, not too much, my guy. I'm black. How you feel about that? And waited for him to answer. And it wasn't until he saved her over and over when he had nothing to gain. Because a man who will save you out of convenience or personal gain is a dime a fucking dozen. A man who will have your back when he has nothing to gain and actually has something to lose. We sit up for that. Yes? We sit up for that. She made him pay his dues, and he won her heart fair and square. And he has done nothing but kiss her feet ever since. That I fuck with. That I will always fuck with. Yes? Y'all couldn't recreate that though, could you? You couldn't recreate it. And instead you gave us fucking Brittany. Child, let's let the white lady talk about why she likes Brittany, even though I feel like we all know why. Of course you like Brittany, Karen. Brittany was made for you. Brittany wasn't made for you. Wasn't made for me. Right? Nicolandria is for the niggas. Brittany is for y'all. Y'all. And to you hard wig bitches who happen to be black, who love Brittany, sure. To each their own, child. I just work.
What no one wants to say, obviously. Bryce and Trinity are exactly what everyone thought Nicolandria was.
It's really hard to be this wrong in only one sentence. I don't think I've ever said a single sentence and been this off. And do you see why she's giving this speech? She's walking around her neighborhood to make sure there's no blacks walking their dogs, minding their business. I promise you, she probably finished this video and then went and told somebody, do you live around here? Is this your neighborhood? Is that your car? Are you visiting someone? Of course she's walking around doing a neighborhood watch while she's saying this bullshit.
What those stands wish they were. I'm sorry, I've said it from day one. Nicolandria was never real. We have not seen them kiss in public since they left the island. You guys are going to think they're still in a relationship.
Oh, so because the black woman wasn't being fetishized as a sexual being and actually being respected as a partner who does not have to be touted out as a trophy, it can't be real. I'm going to sip and let this bitch talk because I feel like I might have run out of grace, guys. I'm gonna let her talk.
It's a PR stunt. You would do it too for a check. I'm not judging.
Baby, what do you call a PR stunt with no PR? PR stunt means that you are doing a relationship for the purpose of public relations. So the relationship is supposed to further your public cachet of fame, success, adulation. Nicolandria barely wants to be seen in the same room and has been sneaking around because they don't want us in our business. Hiding is the opposite of public relations. Hiding is anti-public. How is it public relations with no public, baby? Again, I beg, words mean things. A public relations relationship is a public-facing relationship that is selling a product. Yet you just said they won't even kiss or damn near won't even be in the same picture together. Which one is it? If Johnny has 5 apples, you just complained that they won't engage with the public, and in the next breath called it a public relations relationship. Somebody, when I was cussing y'all out about Love Island, when I knew I was just early, said, Blue done found 8 different ways to call us stupid politely. I don't have a 9th. Baby, you just stupid. I don't have a 9th. This is just dumb. Anybody who shares this take, just know that Blue Toulousman thinks you're a little bit of a mental giant. Sarcasm. Because again, it probably went over your head. Sarcasm. Yes? Mental giants.
Judging them for it. But Bryce and Trinity are real.
Oh.
And they're consistent.
They're real frauds. Look at them. Copy, me, paste. Y'all got Acme, Broke Man, Great Value, Nicolandria on the left. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about me. I wasn't early. I was an embryo. Okay? I was a prenatal on this one. I was prenatal. Because a week before the show even fucking aired, y'all, I was calling bullshit before the show even aired. Let the record show. You can go watch it back. Okay? I came on here and said, y'all, the show hasn't even started yet. And Trinity's friends are in comment sections saying, move over, Olandria, Trinity's coming. I don't like that. That makes me feel like Trinity is a plant just to replace Olandria. I said that before the fucking premiere. Yes, I was prenatal. What happens before the baby was born? The baby, well, in this case, a fucking turd, is the season. I said this before we even saw the intro. Before they just did the little dance. We're all in this together. You know that cringe, horrible dance they do? Like High School Musical, but they're all like 30 and shit. Sorry, not all, just Bryce. Right? Like, before the show aired, I said, y'all, this feel like a plot, and I don't think Todd had anything to do with it. Do you know how stupid you have to be to sign a 360 with NBC, Universal, and whoever else was a part of this and know that your job is to replace another Black woman? You know your job is to step on another Black woman's neck and replace her. And you're so giddy about it, your dumb ass tells your friends, and your dumb friends tell us. Thank you to those of you who were in the room and remember that I was prenatal on this. Since I can no longer say I wasn't wrong, I was just early because y'all done stole that. New phrase, bitch, I was prenatal, okay? Y'all were early, I'm prenatal. The sperm just met the egg, bitch. How about that? Since y'all want to steal my catchphrase, right? So before the show started, I said, now, the only thing worse than the grifter is a stupid grifter with loose lips. And then y'all said, no, Blue, be nice, Blue. Oh, no, Blue, baby, you got it wrong this time. She's so pretty. Yeah, she is pretty. She looks like they dipped Tweety Bird in chocolate. She's gorgeous. I agree. Okay, pretty little bird. She's pretty. Yes, I agree. Gorgeous girl. Beautiful gowns. But you didn't think to not tell the group chat about your scheme before you left for Fiji? But y'all convinced me to give her a chance. And so I did. And then the bitch started... Y'all, this looks like an Old Navy ad of a rainbow version of an Old Navy ad. This looks like when you take a photocopy of a picture so much the faces get distorted. They literally had them in the same outfits, guys. Olandria is known for looking pretty in yellow dresses. They spent $3,000 getting Trinity a yellow dress. They wore the same outfits. They went on the same dates. They even had them reciting the same lines. Except with Nick and Nicolandria, it was just real feelings. With them, it was a to-be rehearsal. Bryce is not ugly. He just looks like Nick's leftovers. I'm not going to say shit about Trinity because she's a black woman and she's gorgeous. And there's certain lines even I won't cross. Yes? They look like a rainbow ad trying to recreate an Old Navy ad. And I let y'all convince me maybe for once I was wrong. They were so copy and paste. Trinity started giving Nicolandria speeches even when they were not applicable. Nicolandria wanted to give a black man a chance, fought very hard to give a black man a chance, and then had to realize, damn it, ain't this about a bitch? The nigga of my dreams is not a nigga. That was an organic thing that we saw. Trinity saw a white man and immediately stood behind his door on day one. That's not the same journey. It's not the same journey. And yet, every single time Trinity talked to Bryce, she said, you know how hard it was for me to choose you. It took me 36 minutes to choose you. And that was really hard. That was the hardest, that was the roughest half an hour of my life. Baby, that speech don't work if you picked him before the hors d'oeuvres came out. It worked for Nicolandria because she made him wait an entire season. Melanie hadn't even taken her first pee break yet. Shit. What's her name? Kenzie hadn't even done her first split yet. And you picked this nigga. How are you giving the Harriet Tubman speech like, oh, it's been 84 years? Harriet Tubman means the Titanic. It's been 84 years. But you wore me down, Bryce. We haven't gotten to the first commercial break yet. There's no commercial breaks. That's just a joke. What? Brittany, how are you giving the Nicolandria speech when you picked him on night one? Who's in the writer's room for Brittany? I would like to see. Who's in the writer's room for Brittany? In my world, they call that a plot hole. When you say dialogue that literally doesn't make fucking sense to what actually happened, they call that a plot hole. Okay. Anyways, guys, let's see the rainbow. Let me play the video, child.
Saying that Brittany is the real couple, but I just think it's so funny because they have been reheating Nick and Nicolandria's nachos all season. When they just recoupled at the Castle Moore coupling, she talked about her.
So you guys, do y'all see the picture behind me? I feel like the picture. I feel if I didn't say nothing else but stare at this picture for 20 minutes, this live would still hit the mark.
Lip combo. He said, just leave it there. We all know Nick said that to Nicolandria after their soul ties kiss. There has been so many reheated nachos, but this by far has taken the cake right here.
Did it do it in the jet ski? I want to keep this thing going and water it properly.
I want to keep this relationship going and water it properly. As somebody who has to watch every episode twice because I do deep dives that get cited heavily as source material by other people, I feel like I remember that line. Where did I hear? Where did I hear that before?
Make sure it gets the resources it needs. For me, love is something that is a seed, and like you keep watering it, and it grows and grows.
Oh, coconut water. It was Nick. Y'all, there's like 8 examples of this. You know when you're watching a Tubi movie, I wouldn't know. I've never seen a Tubi movie in my life, but y'all tell me and send me clips. You're watching a Tubi movie, and he goes to slap her, and she fall before he actually slaps, and they just keep it in because they didn't have the production budget. Y'all told me to be nice. I gave y'all 3 months to fix it. It just got worse. The last week of May, first week of June, y'all said, Blue, maybe you're jumping the gun. Be nice. It is now mid-August. I've never been more right in my life. So can we tell the truth now?
For sure.
And of course they're gonna be like, oh y'all bitter, this and that, because most of Brinity's stands are Shellez stands and Duda stands. Okay, a few Nicolandrians, I'm shocked, but whatever, we keep the ball going. But they're gonna say that we're bitter, and I don't care. Y'all say that about everybody else, but we are.
This girl literally said to Nick, "Oh no, you got my lip combo on you." Oh wow, who went viral for kissing Nick, getting all over him, and then got a Nick's sponsorship for a lip combo? Trinity, baby, how are you doing commercials for somebody else's products?
Always right. This fan base, Nicolandria, we are always right.
Nicolandria was never a PR couple, and I don't understand how people don't get that. If you were a PR couple, don't you think that all they would post would be each other? I mean, if they're really trying to monetize off of it, don't you think every single post that they would do would be with each other? Like, hello? Now, what I will say is that I did.
Nick is a sweet Pisces. His mother and Olandria and all them, even he said he's like a little boy who is having to grow up to be good enough for Olandria. Nick saying he wanted to party with Bryce is like when you have your kid over an event full of people, some of them you like, some of them you don't like, and then he runs up to a random bitch that you don't fuck with and says, "My mommy's having a party tomorrow." You're like, "Baby, shut up. She's not invited." Child, Olandria probably said, "Baby, take that down." What was that? I love Nick, but he's not perfect. He's an excited child. He's a nice man who sometimes talks to strangers. Nick saying, "Oh my God, we should hang out." Oh, sure.
I think that the relationship wasn't gonna last only because like they were both so busy. But beyond that, it's like I never thought they were a PR, because if I was in a fake relationship, child, I'm milking it, like actually milking it, like genuinely milking it. Like they did not.
They intentionally do their lives separate behind a paywall to get away from us. You guys, I'm gonna say this one more time for those of you who are still struggling with the cognitive dissonance of recognizing that you might be a little not smart when it comes to media literacy. Because this is not about your intellect. I don't care that you have a master's and whatever and the fuck. Yes, this is media literacy. It's a very specific type of intelligence. PR stands for public relations, as in relating to the public, relating with the public. A non-public relation cannot be a public relations relationship. Maybe the acronym is fucking y'all up. So let's just use the real words. Get that? Public relations. Okay. If we're hiding behind the paywall and won't do our lives together because y'all act a fool and we don't like that because we're actually a real couple, that's not PR. There's a lot of words that y'all use wrong. Oh, let me shut up. Let's just
Milk it at all, not in the slightest. They barely showed y'all anything, and y'all still calling it fake. How?
3 weeks later.
Olandria's stylist just confirmed that the shoe was Olandria's.
Let's talk about the shoe. I just said Nick is a naughty boy. Okay, we love him for it, and sometimes it creates a mess on the carpet, and somebody has to clean it. I went viral for saying the tea that I had gotten before the announcement. And what I said was that I was told that there was going to be an announcement about Nicolandria breakup, whether it was true or not, because the powers that be wanted them to scoot over and make room for Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Whatever you call them kids, yes? So because of the 2B alliance, they wanted Nicolandria gone. I said, I don't know if they're actually broken up. What I think is they're watching for any hiccup in their relationship to either preemptively state a breakup before it happens, or they're going to try to, if they hear anything, say, "You look, they're broken up," without consent, because they want to oust them out. I was very clear, and the clip is in here somewhere, so we're going to watch the clip. We're going to watch me say it directly in a second. I said, what scared me, this is the part that y'all didn't clip. I said, what scares me about hearing that is I was told all this tea about the announcement, but very little about if they actually broke up, which means them actually breaking up was irrelevant to the announcement. And that disparity is chilling. The fact that a considered effort to make an announcement can be made without it being true, without the person being told no if it's true or not, means the truth is inconsequential. And I was like, that's kind of fucked up that this announcement is going out with or without their consent. Number one, it means there might be somebody in their camp with loose lips. I hope they find out who the mole is. And number two, it means the powers that be are thirsty to shove Britannica down our throats. Y'all clipped it up behind the paywall. The real reason I'm talking about outside the paywall is because y'all already fucking stole it. And by the way, anybody who does that moving forward, I will ether you. I will find your name. I will post your picture. I will ether you. You want to do public? You want to hear about public relations, ho? Keep stealing my fucking content. That's public relations. Yes? So, because y'all already ruined it. When I said this, y'all immediately called me a cloud chaser. Blue don't know shit. She don't know the fuck she talking about. They broken. She don't know the fuck she talking about. Don't know about... I stayed quiet the entire time. Blue, did you hear? No, let them talk. Let them talk. I intentionally let y'all talk for weeks. Y'all want to know my toxic trait? My toxic trait is that when people are very, very wrong and loud, I let them finish. I let them cook. Bridget will tell you. Mel will tell you. Someone will confess to something and they'll do this whole, and then. And I'll be like, yeah, I kind of knew this like 3 months ago. I was waiting for you to come clean. I'm happy you finally did it. When did you know? And I'll give them an exact timestamp of what I knew. And then I'll tell them the stuff that I've been sitting on the entire time while watching them lie. Anything else you want to share? Why do I do this? I call it a toxic trait to be funny because other people find it toxic. I think it's glorious. The reason I do this is who you are when you think I'm not paying attention or not going to respond is your true fucking character. Who you are when I remind you who the fuck I am and you realize maybe watch your mouth. That's not who you are. That's fear in your mind. That's respect in the real world, right? A lot of you are so disrespectful that you being scared into showing basic fucking decorum, you think it's fear. It's actually just respect. Some people have to be scared to show basic fucking respect. So no. I know I have big energetic real estate. I'm not going to say nothing. Who are you when you think I don't know what the fuck is going on? Who you are when you think I'm dumb? Who you are when you think I don't see you? Who you are when you think I don't clock you? Who do you are when you don't think I'm not watching? Who you are when I'm not in the comment section? That's who the fuck you really are. And so I let a lot of you talk. I let a lot of you talk. I saw more than you think. Because I knew when I was proven right. Anyways, let's get back to this shoe, child. Let's get back to this shoe. So after 3 weeks of me being called a cloud chaser who was making shit up and y'all dancing on the grave of Nicolandria. Shout out to the Virgos. I'm a triple Virgo. Maybe that's why I'm like this. Suddenly, Nick posts a picture of a red bottom shoe. And the crowd went wild and I cackled. I cackled when I saw the shoe. I said, here we go. Here we go. And shortly thereafter, the glacier broke. Let's watch what happened after y'all talk shit for 3 weeks. Not just about me, but about Nicolandria. Let's watch what happened after 3 weeks of y'all talking big shit. Ace and Taylor and them included. Let's watch.
And now I'm officially moving. Yesterday, Nick posted to his Instagram stories this photo of this Louboutin, and everyone went absolutely insane, saying that that is definitely Olandria's shoe. But then everyone online was like, but what if it isn't Olandria's shoe? What if it's Nick's sister's shoe? But then Ella was pretty quick to shut that down because right now she has a foot injury, and someone went on her TikTok and asked, Ella, whose shoe was it? And she commented, you already know. Now, at first, I wasn't thinking too much of it, but then Olandria's stylist posted on their Instagram story that same shoe. Mind you, a little bit before that, Olandria posted the outfit that she wore to what everyone thinks was Jordan Wood's wedding, and this definitely looked...
Because I'm posting these videos in real time. For those who are saying, Blue, did you see it? Baby, I was keeping receipts in real time in the tuck. I was quietly watching all this and keeping receipts in real time. I need a better laugh. I do have an evil Disney laugh, even though I'm a good guy. I don't know why that is. So yes, for those who said, Blue, did you see the... Oh, baby, I was already preparing for this live. So this is what happened in real time. You see how she's talking like it just happened? Because I saved this the second it happened. We realized the shoe's Olandria. Well, y'all realized the shoe was Olandria. I was very clear. So let's continue.
looks like something that would go with this shoe. Not to mention, Nick posted to his Snapchat story this morning and said, "A time was had," and then said, "Vegas, I'm coming to you," because apparently he has a show there. Guys, what is happening? Because I'm officially moving.
What is happening? And then this picture dropped. And oh, I howled. The way I howled in this house, thank God I don't have any pets. I howled. She looks the fuck good. My God, today. Well, I be seeing stuff. No, I love it when y'all talk shit because you don't think I can see it. Oh, I love it. Oh, it's yummy. You know why I love it? It's not because I'm an evil villain. It's because I like seeing people's true character. I love seeing people's true fucking character. When this video came up, the amount of people who suddenly started tagging me like, "Ooh, they look amazing. They look amazing." And mind you, this is a drone picture.
If you are a Nicolandria fan, congratulations. You're probably really happy today.
Look how sad she is. If you're a Nicolandria fan, congratulations. You're probably really happy today about this fucking shoe. So now, when Steph with the beats, the deets, the sheets, the shits, Steph with the shits is her new name now. When Steph with the shits had to eat crow just because of a shoe, I said, "Oh, honey, it's just a shoe. Keep watching. No, keep watching. Keep watching." Look at her. Not a smile on her face. When they broke up, I could see to the back of her teeth. Oh. Did the shoe make you sad? I've been in the same room as Louis Vuitton because Louis Vuitton and Jason Lee are close friends, and he's at the Hollywood Unlocked Awards, I think at least once or twice, right? He smells good. Louis Vuitton smells very good. So I know a little something about a little red bottom shoe. I ain't never seen nobody this sad about a Louis Vuitton before. He usually brings joy. He's a lovely man. Did you know Louis Vuitton is black? He light skinned, but he black. So I was like, "No, why are you so sad about this gorgeous handcrafted shoe? Like, why are you so sad?"
What's going on with them?
Then Ariana piped in like, "Wait a minute. Just I'm telling you in real time what I was doing. You know that there's the meme of Angela Bassett when she played a witch in American Horror Story, and she's just cackling with her beautiful braids. I was cackling in my house like that meme. Yeah. So then Ariana's like, "Hey guys, what's going on?"
I just saw some pictures of them together at a wedding. Obviously, we don't know if they went as friends or if they're back on. I am dying to find out, just like everybody else.
It looks like Jordan Woods is...
I love Jordan Woods. I'm the Jordan Woods friend, where if I'm rooting for you and your nigga, perfect example. I had a friend, I won't say her name, who was about to get married, and she had a bunch of hating ass bitches around her who were trying to convince her not to be with her nigga. I took one look at him, I was like, "This nigga loves the dog shit out of you. Nobody's perfect, but this man loves the dog shit out of you. He centers you in a way that they don't get centered by their niggas and or husbands." And I went out of my way to say, "Girl, fuck them people. Give that nigga a chance. Fuck them people. They lying on him. I saw it with my own eyes. Yup, I'm that girl. I said, fuck them, girl. Give that man a chance. They want you to be as miserable as they are." And now they're still together. Jordan Woods is that friend, right? We all need a Jordan Woods, the consummate wingman who cares more about your happiness than whatever the fuck is going on outside with all that noise. And Jordan Woods has been their biggest op in the best way. Because you know how I was talking about how I like seeing love? I like, ooh, Keith, like two Barbie dolls. You know when you used to have your Ken and Barbie and you would make them Keith? That's how Jordan Woods is with Nicolandria. Keith. Fuck People Magazine. Keith. We all need a friend like this. The fact that Jordan Woods' wedding is where this story broke, chef's kiss. Chef's fucking kiss.
Once again, telling Alandria's business, because Alandria and Nick were caught in 4K at Jordan Woods' wedding. We already know that, but now Jordan is releasing the professional photos and she captioned them herself. This is the photo, and first of all, the fact that their reconciliation is in Vogue magazine, like, come on now.
People magazine People magazine preemptively made a big statement and then spawned people tap dancing on a proverbial grave of a relationship that they were never invited into. anytime this year. Nicolandria kicked us out last year, y'all. They said fuck y'all last year. So people were tap dancing on the grave of a group chat they weren't even invited into. The same People let me shut up. Everybody needs a job. So People Magazine shitted on y'all and tried to seduce and scheme. And then posted the most Melba toast dry vanilla fucking centering the white gaze because ain't no fucking sauce pictorial of Encyclopedia Britannica the same day. Y'all couldn't even waited 24 hours to do Britney. Y'all were that pressed. Right? So People Magazine shows us Britney in their first photo spread together in their magazine the same day that they say that Nicolandria is over. And y'all get saved by Vogue. Shout out to Andre Leon Talley. Fuck you, Anna Wintour. I'm never getting invited to the Met. I'm okay with that. So, yikes. This is like those romantic novels where you're dumped by your garbage man fiance and then end up marrying a prince. That analogy works for Taylor versus Nick as well. Damn. Well, for some of y'all who are Nicolandria haters who are watching because you like to be in enemy territory, this is like when Tyler Perry has a dark-skinned man be abusive to his fat wife, and then the light-skinned man with the bad lace front braided wig saves her. It's kind of like that. I want to speak in your language. So just know that being swiped at by Vogue and then being swiped at by people and having Vogue hoist you on their shoulders for the wedding of the summer is quite hilarious to me. And to the rest of you who are still in denial about this, I wish Godspeed to you and your white fridges. Damn, nah, Blue. There's some good people who have white fridges. If you're a good person with a white fridge, I didn't mean that. Of everything I've said in the last hour, that's the only thing I take back. We all need fridges, okay? Everybody can't afford stainless steel. I don't want to sound bourgeois. I apologize to the white fridges. I meant everything the fuck else, though. That's the only thing I'm apologizing for. All right, let's keep watching the video.
But second of all, Jordan captioned it, "Everyone to the dance floor." This reminds me of that time when Jordan and Alandria went to dinner and Jordan was telling her business in the captions. Jordan had commented saying, "Fave moment is the spicy vodka pasta," and Alandria said, "LMAO, not you telling my business, Jordan." But my favorite part of this off-guard pic. That's my favorite part.
There's a thing I call finger cleavage. This is called your finger cleavage right here. Ooh, I just tickled myself. Think about it. Don't nobody, ooh, that tickles. Don't nobody touch your finger cleavage when that's attracted to you unless they want to fuck. That man want to be all in her fingers. If I'm on a date with a man and he's all in my finger cleavage, I just assume he wants to be in my vagina. I've lived a long life. It hasn't been wrong. If I'm with a man and he breaks the finger cleavage barrier, there's other crevices that he probably wants to touch as well. Learn from your young big sis. Okay? So Nick was all up in her shoes and her finger cleavage, y'all.
Because they didn't even know they were getting caught in 4K and this was going to end up in Vogue. And Alandria has responded to all of this. Alandria posted two.
Alandria's response is my favorite. She responded Alandria's a Gemini. And one thing I will say about Gemini energy, because Geminis are mischievous, if a Gemini has had any sort of emotional evolution and they get caught, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, I did that shit." Yeah, I did that shit. You know that Tyler the Creator meme where Gerard Carmichael says, "I like you," and he's like, "I liked you, and I told you, and you kind of laughed in my face, and you never called me back." And then Tyler the Creator's like, "Yeah, I did that shit. That totally was me." As a Gemini rising, Olandria's response, like, yeah, y'all caught me. Yikes. It's so on brand. It's so on brand. But let's look, for those of you who missed it, let's play Olandria's response. And for those of you who don't understand meme culture, we're going to explain this meme to you. So don't worry, you're not going to be left out.
Stories. One of this woman, because we know that meme, and this man.
Mr. Charles, when was the last time that you were intimate with Miss Jackson?
This morning.
Miss Jackson.
This is Olandria's face. And the video says Olandria posted this on her story after Vogue posted a picture of her and Nick holding hands. Okay.
Miss Jackson, were you intimate with Mr. Charles this morning?
See our reaction?
Quiet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Charles, when was...
So we have another recreation for those of you who are not good with analogies. So the bailiff asking the question is the Vogue pictures, okay? Because not everybody's good at analogies, okay? We want to make sure that we're not being ableist.
When was the last time that you were intimate with Miss Jackson?
This morning.
That's Nick with the shoe. We the judge, right? Their fan base is the judge. Talking about Olandria, okay? And that's Olandria.
Miss Jackson.
Now, what's funny is, and I want to find it real quick, when this meme went out, it was so funny to me because somebody actually recreated the meme with Olandria's face. Olandria looks so much like this lady. It took me a... Child, what? Now, let me take the comments down so you can see. Baby, why they do this to Olandria? They done put the wig on her. You really think a water sign man is going to be in your bedroom holding your shoes and we don't know what happens, sis? Water sign men are very slippery. That's all I'm going to say. Not y'all playing too much. We know what we saw. We know what we saw. Olandria. And this is her face. I think this is hilarious. And here's the thing, too. I love that she can have fun with this. Y'all.
Do you guys remember when I uploaded that video of Blue talking about how Bluecentric on YouTube, go watch her on Nicolandria. She is always on point. She's a doll. She's just everything and more. But what I want to say is,
thank you, girl. Oh, y'all didn't know I'd be seeing these videos when y'all be talking shit on the TikTokies? Y'all didn't know I'd be seeing them? I'd be laughing. I have the wrong reactions when people talking shit about me. I have somebody say it's AI. Yeah, baby, we know the picture is not real. Oh, okay. Yeah, we know. It's okay, baby. So shout out to this young lady. I don't see all your stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I don't care. And if I get bored, like my attention span is like this. But when I do be on, I be seeing stuff. I be seeing stuff. Including when y'all call me out by name.
the way she be so accurate about stuff is just it amazes me. In one of her recent YouTube videos that I put on here, y'all scroll down, I would have stitched it, but I like to fast forward my videos and they won't let me fast forward it if I stitch it. But she did mention how People magazine was going to release that Nicolandria was broken up regardless if they were or not.
But what I was told was whether Nicolandria is real or not is almost inconsequential because the powers that be are ready to get them out. And so if they were still together, the powers that be would do everything in their powers to dethrone them. And if they were not together and keeping it cute because they're being private, the powers that be would preemptively strike. But either way, it's irrelevant. They wanted them out. As I eat my turkey jerky. Hey, Blue from the hotel room in the past. Maybe when you did that in that hotel room, which you thought was a private paywall chat that got leaked while you were still live, and you got pissed and put everybody on timeout and didn't come back for a week because I believe in consequences. Maybe in the future, this is going to be really fun because it ages beautifully. This video, you're doing amazing, sweetie. Well, so that's why when the announcement came out, because I was told an announcement was coming out last week. When the announcement came out, I'm no longer just early because everybody doesn't take the tagline, child. I'm prenatal now, okay? I'm prenatal. I'm not early anymore. This week, my thought wasn't, oh, I knew they broke up before anybody else. My thought was, I still don't know if they broke up or not, but they finally pulled the trigger on making the announcement. And you see, that's why people are saying, well, why is Nicolandria not making the announcement? Why is People Magazine making the announcement? Why wouldn't Nicolandria formally talk? So that's why, you guys, this is a conundrum for me.
So one of the dolls, they brought it to my attention that this article that Love Island, well, they sent me a thread, right? And one of the dolls named I Am Noel Harmony on Threads, she put out this article that Love Island will Peacock release, and she even has the original PDF of the article. Okay, sure. When Blue said that they were going to release the statement regardless, that the announcement was coming or whatever, was out the prior week. So July 13th was the prior week. If you go to Blue's YouTube, she put it out a week before that, right? This article that they released, it stated they did an original article that they wrote, that they printed up, whatever, March 24th. Peacock posted a blog on the article, Love Island USA couple still together, which included Nick and Nicolandria write-up, screenshots of the write-up in original post. That's what I showed you guys. July 12th was season 8 finale of Love Island. July 13th, Peacock updates blog article on Love Island USA still together and removes Nick and Nicolandria write-up. July 18th, Nick's flight to Dallas is canceled due to bad weather. He was supposed to meet Nicolandria's sisters. July 22nd, People Magazine releases an article announcing exclusively via source that Nick and Nicolandria is broken up. July 22nd, People Magazine releases another article indicating which Love Island USA season 7 couples are still together and which ones are broken up. Y'all, they be trying to call us crazy, but if this isn't proof of a smear campaign, then what is it?
I came across this post on Threads and it says Nicolandria's life is so insane. Like, imagine going on a random dating show and then literally the next year you are attending weddings with a Grammy winner, an Oscar nominee, and Olympic gold medalist. Taylor choosing Clark was the best thing that ever happened to her. Let me say that again. Taylor choosing Clark was the best thing that ever happened to her.
I big agree. Big agree. Baby, I tell you this a million times. If you ever fix your mouth to tell me you don't want me, you better mean that shit. If you ever fix your mouth to tell me you don't want me, please mean it. Because I'll make you mean it.
And I'm not trying to throw shade at Clark or Taylor. This is more about the lessons in life. When somebody doesn't choose you, it's literally a protection. When somebody doesn't choose you, it literally means you were not supposed to be there, because if that person chooses you, you may not receive the blessings and the things that are aligned for you. Yep. So when that job doesn't choose you, when that man doesn't choose you, when their family or friend does not choose you, understand that you are not supposed to be with them. You're not supposed to be around them. You are supposed to detach and disconnect from them and go your own way. Yep. Go the way that you are supposed to be going. Because any of those people who are not meant to be in your life and they choose you, they could literally be blockages to your blessings and the things that are meant for you in your life. For you to grow, for you to receive better, for you to do better. So when you come across things like that are very hurtful, because in a time of not being chosen, because a lot, as human beings, we want to be chosen, we want to be seen, we want to be held, we want to be loved. In that time, it may be very painful. But you walk away, you heal those wounds. And when you heal those wounds, new paths open up for you. Paths that elevate you, paths that are going to bring you joy, love in so many different forms, success, new connection, new opportunities. So don't chase down people. Don't chase people down who don't want to choose you, because there's a reason behind that. Let them go. Choose you, walk away. Never chase down anybody. If you ever feel like you have to self-abandon to be with somebody, they are not meant to be in your life. So yes, Taylor not choosing Nicolandria was the best thing that could ever happen to her. Because look at this.
Not y'all being funny. I got a mouthful of meat. Over 35, you gotta eat your protein. Y'all about to make me choke on this fucking turkey jerky. I thought we were all going to behave for the sermon. Y'all talking about Blue is the IVF consultation. Now, guys, this part is speculation. This video has been doing numbers. she's speculating on what she thinks happened, because the whole missing the flight thing did happen. I even showed the video of the friend who was consoling him when he missed the flight. Let's see this theory. I'm not saying that I believe this happened. I just think this is a very interesting theory. So let's listen.
Now, if I were to be delusional, as a person in this fan base typically is, I would say they got into it around Dallas. They got into it real bad around there. And she said, you know what? All of that type B, I'll roll with the punches, I go with the flow, I'm right as rain type of vibe is cool and all until it's not cool and all. I'm sick of this. I hate this. I'm done with you. And he said, wait, wait. Somebody got a hold of that information. Went and told people. People told us. He said, sorry, guys. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Something did happen. She didn't say nothing. She went back to posting her shoots. But something shifted. I'ma assume he picked that phone up. Said, baby, please. And she said, fine, but we're not about to keep doing this all the time. And don't go running to the socials. Don't go doing all that. Don't even do all that. And he said, okay, babe, I got you.
I believe he's on a timeout and he's been a bad boy because he's giddy. I believe that he's on a timeout and she's like, not too much. And she had to eat it because this time they both got caught. She's like, fuck, they caught me this time too, because usually you're the one who's being mischievous.
True, but we know Nick, and Nick know us. He can't help himself. That's when he put on the Van Carthen hat. That right there, that moment right there, I said, oh, I'm not going to let you play in my face.
Oh my God. Nick is acting like white Dwayne Wayne. Oh my God, you're so correct. Oh my God. That analogy, I'm nervous about the analogy because, Hillman grads, that whole Hillman thing is very pro-black, but Nick is pro-black even though he's not black. So those who missed it when I said earlier, my favorite, yes, I still have a mouthful of meat, mind your business. My favorite form of black love is two black people loving each other. My second favorite is a black person being loved properly by a pro-black person, whether they're black or not. Nick very much is acting like, please, baby, please. Remember when Dwayne Wayne went to the chapel and begged Whitney not to marry that man? Is given that. Oh my God, he went to the chapel. Dwayne Wayne went to a wedding too. Okay, this analogy is actually kind of hitting. Dwayne Wayne got his girl back at the fucking wedding. Oh my God. I know what costume, don't wear that costume. Nick, don't wear a Dwayne Wayne costume. That might be appropriation. But you see what we're saying.
You're fine. Y'all are fine. And he gonna hold the shoe and go to the wedding together. Because let's be so honest. Could they have went to the wedding as friends? Sure, they could have. And as friends, I wouldn't be getting dressed with you as my friend. As my ex, I've seen you naked. No. But they kicking us out the relationship because we're too much. And that's fine. That's fine. But they're figuring it out. They're together. She just was real mad and he was real sorry. That's it. He a Pisces. That's it. My family's good. I'm no longer a child of divorce. In fact, I don't even really think I ever was.
You guys know me by now. One thing I'm gonna do is be a little bit messy about Nicolandria because I can. There are a lot of people upset about this and I love it. What happened to, Love Island controlled how long they were together, and now that we have Trinity and Bryce, they can break up.
Did you see how much Ace, his pick was being used by Nicolandria haters? Did you see that? The fact that Taylor posted a picture of Ace after the announcement and then 10 seconds later said, well, since, we're now officially the longest couple, we broke up 8 years ago. It's nasty work that Ace, his bestie, Taylor, broke up with Clark. And that same bestie uses Ace's face to be smug about the Nicolandria breakup after Ace allegedly apologized. Ace, if you apologized, I would think that all your friends, people around you would know not to involve you unless you apologized and then went back to talking shit behind the scenes. Interesting.
What happened to that? Because this is a no phone wedding. Okay? They thought they were safe. And then they ended up in Vogue. You know who I want to hear from? Them. I want to hear from them. Because when it got announced that Alandria and Nick broke up, Taylor was the first one to post Ace's face at the Speedy interview talking about, Alandria and Nick are fake, right? Mm-hmm. I wonder if Taylor's going to post a meme now. Because, he waited to announce that him and Clark broke up after Nick and Alandria broke up. So now that Nick and Nicolandria are back seen together, is he gonna post Ace again? I think he should. And then of course you have some of my favorite haters, the ones on Twitter. Oh, they're shaking, seething. We have one that says, but we're supposed to believe Alandria is not paying blogs to post her because how she got posted first before them. I guess she's wondering, oh, how did Alandria get posted before Jordan Woods and the wedding? Alandria is always going to run those numbers up, regardless of whose wedding she might be attending. So, ooh, another one. Alandria really back with Nick. How low is her self-esteem? Ooh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite. You guys have been shipping a conservative anti-vax loser with her for a year, and somehow we're the odd ones, right? We're just pointing out the hypocrisy and coming for Bryce's age while Alandria and him are in the same age bracket. That is a Brinity supporter. I guess they're still fighting for their lives over this age gap between 22-year-old Trinity and 30-year-old Bryce. Yeah. I don't get the correlation, but why are they so involved in Nicolandria? Saying this as a Trinity fan. I'm confused. But anyways, that concludes me being messy. Until next time.
Mega virality and the Charlie.
Okay, guys, I'm going to stop gloating about Nicolandria. I hope I did it justice. I don't know who's anti-vax. Can't speak on that. I don't want to make an answer. Somebody said, Olandria is an actual celebrity, but they can't accept it yet. Yeah, did you see who she was in that room with? She's an actual celebrity. So I'm a public figure. Olandria is a celebrity. Not a content creator. Respectfully, we're about to talk about a content creator next. Olandria is a bona fide celebrity. And they're mad. And what is it? Encyclopedia Britannica. What are they? Interesting. Okay, guys, let's pivot to the last story of the night. This story, actually, I let it cook for a while. And I know that because this involves trans girls, I wanted to have a trans woman be involved in this montage. Dominique Morgan had a clip about it that I didn't get to watch because I think because Dominique is such a popular content creator, people were kind of latching onto her clip into making it into a moment. So I think she took it down or privated it. I didn't get to see it. However, I did find another trans girl to speak on behalf of the trans, not on behalf, because that sounds like what they do to niggas. But I did find a trans girl to add to the voices in this montage. For those who don't know who we're about to talk about, we'll talk about Jules LeBron. If you don't know the name, you definitely know the tagline. Very demure. Jules LeBron is the one who created the very demure tagline that went mega, mega, mega viral, right? And she's now recently gotten backlash after being like influencer of the year last year. So let's watch what happened to Jules LeBron, because as someone who is not an influencer, but who technically is a content creator, I'm actually a social commentarian. I've been a social commentarian for a while, and I feel like that's probably the most accurate thing to call me. But as a social commentarian, watching the backlash about Jules when she was so beloved, everybody was saying demure, very mindful, right? Has been interesting because how an angry mob approaches content creators once they have a certain level of success. If you are in this realm, you would be stupid not to watch and take notes. So I'm walking into this with an open mind. I actually don't have a side yet. Well, actually, I'd rather take any side. I'm just on the side of fucking nuance. But let's see Jules' first big moment at the top of the year where she admitted that her going viral ruined her life. It's not something I talk about a lot, but I went mega viral. I've gone viral. Everybody goes viral. So going viral to me is not a special thing. I feel like in the same way that Andy Warhol once famously said, we're all going to have 15 minutes of fame. I think if you're on the internet long enough, at some point, you're going to go viral for something. Everybody's gone viral at least once in their life. Well, most people, not everybody, but most people have gone viral with any sort of effort. However, I feel like nobody talks about how icky it feels to go viral. I don't think anybody talks about it. I think the time that I went the most viral was when I wrote an article in 2014 about Kim Kardashian. And the article got, and this is when people were like reading, you know what I mean? I know that's a weird thing to say now, but back in the day when the people used to read, back in the 2014s. So 12 years ago, when people were still actually actively reading and the cognitive decline that's happening now hadn't been as the fervor it is currently. I wrote an article about Kim Kardashian. I was actually on my way to IKEA. My boss was like, "Can you just write this article? Because I saw you running your mouth about it on Facebook, and it was doing numbers." This is back when I was still on Facebook, so you know it's been a while. She's like, "I saw your post on Facebook doing numbers. Can you turn that into an article?" I said, "Well, the damn Facebook post is an article. I posted." He calls me the next morning, freaking out. I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Blue, you got 1 million impressions overnight." A reading article, not a video. A video, sure. Reading, guys. My article got like 1 million views in one night. By the time the dust had cleared, it had gotten 14 million views, and that's how I ended up getting cited in every national publication known to man. That's how I got on CNN's radar. That's why I was cited by Time. Even when Peacock, there's a documentary about the Kardashians on Peacock, and they literally cite my article as a source. I'm now considered a source on the Kardashians because of the work I did in that article that I just wrote because I was angry. And it was completely academically founded. Like I went deep into the history archives for that article, right? And when that happened, you would think that'd be a good thing. I wanted to throw up. My phone was dancing from notifications for 2 days straight. I had random publications calling me. I got doxxed. They found out where I lived. It was actually not fun. We don't talk about how, I did talk about at the beginning of this live, how stressful and unnatural it can feel to suddenly have that many eyes on you. And Jules, I think, is an interesting cautionary tale about how going mega viral in the 2020s, because viral in the 2020s is much different than back in the day. It's like on steroids now, right? How it can bring out some nasty stuff in you. Something I always say is money, power, fame, and success don't change you. They just make you more of what you already are. They don't change you. Oh, the money changed her. No, she was always a bitch. She just couldn't afford it to be a bitch before. Now she has enough money to say fuck you. It reveals who you were without the proper resources all along. The minute I got me a nice little coin, all I did was take care of my friends and family, make sure people I love had what they needed, and started a savings account. That's who I've always been, right? I haven't changed at all, like literally not at all. So I need you to understand, if you're about to watch Jules LeBron through the lens of, this stupid, ungrateful bitch, I'm going to say two things. Number one, ask yourself with an objective mind, who would I be if millions of people and every celebrity that I've ever loved growing up suddenly knew who I was? Who would I be? How would I respond to that? And how would I respond if starting tomorrow, every time I made a post, I made $40,000? Some of y'all don't know how to act when you get your tax refunds. But you're judging somebody who doesn't know how to act when they get 40K for a single post. I'm going to repeat that. Some of y'all would slap your own grandma in the face for a 5-figure check and a box of crayons, but find it hard to believe that someone could lose their way when they're making that kind of money regularly. I'm not caping for her. I'm just saying that in one breath, we all talk about, we act brand new when we get our tax refunds, and yet somebody makes life-changing money, and it doesn't occur to you that that might be something that would jar them psychologically if they're not prepared. If I gave y'all 40K right now, a lot of y'all would break up with your partners and say fuck you to your bestie and move to a new state or a new country and never look back. Ask me how I know. All right, y'all, let's watch the video. Again, not caping, just saying these are unnatural circumstances. That's all. Let's all be open-minded, okay? We can critique because Jules is not perfect. My God, Jules is not perfect. We can critique, but we don't have to tuck out our asses or be transphobic. By the way, anybody being transphobic and misgendering Jules is immediately getting blocked. For all the moderators in here, please block anybody who misgenders. We don't play that shit on Bluecentric Life ever. Okay, let's start.
XCX sponsorship. did lead to substance abuse, believe it or not.
Jules LeBron, who went viral for her
very demure, very mindful
trend, opened up on TikTok and said that this overnight fame led to her life being fully derailed.
Hi, I'm Jules LeBron. I went viral for very demure, very mindful, and it was the highlight of my life. It also was the worst time of my life ever. I think a lot of people are like, oh, she fell off.
I was on drugs. During her addiction, she said that she was buying so
Jules said you gave her 40K and she bought a bunch of drugs. Oh my God. I don't mean to laugh. I didn't watch this video because I wanted to watch it fresh with y'all. Well. That's somebody said, somebody give me 40K to test Blue's theory, please.
many things that her house became a mess and she was getting so overwhelmed by this.
One day I was up at like 4 a.m. I decided to buy this. I bought this and those. And that. My producer convinced me that I needed a supercomputer. So I bought like an $8,000 supercomputer.
See? We all got that cousin. I already know. I've gotten a $40,000 check before. Baby, the way I lived up to that shit for a very long time, I ended a very long tenure at an establishment and I got a payout around that amount. And I lived off of that 40K for like a year or two. Like I stretched it. So I already know who I am in that circumstance. And though I know somebody, I won't mention her name, who got a rich Nigerian to give her 55K and she was broke again by the summer. I'm not going to mention who it is, but I did a very long story time on her in the members only area. Okay? So I can stretch 40K for a year if I'm in dire straits. Somebody else who's used to just, feeling like, oh, money will just come, I don't have to work for it, can blow it in one summer or actually fucking one long weekend in Vegas. It's all subjective, guys. Okay?
I actually don't ever talk about my old apartment because I went into psychosis.
She made a lot of money to help fund things like her transition, but she claims that once the money and fame came in, so did substance abuse.
I've gone through this many times in my life. It was the only time I went through it where I had like money and success.
Jules also said in a video that drinking became a gateway, and she revealed that she is getting sober for her kitties.
And when I say like my cat is part of the reason I'm getting sober, it's just like my house is in disarray because of my lack of sobriety, right? And my biggest fear is that once those...
By the way, the level of transparency here is kind of stunning. I didn't realize that she was this fucking transparent about what she's doing.
Kittens get big, they're gonna be all over all my shit, places, pissing on shit. And I'm not gonna be able to like keep track of it or be able to maintain that because there's mess everywhere.
Jules seems to be doing so much better. She plans on streaming daily. A lot of people are also grateful to hear this because a lot of influencers don't talk about the potential impacts of viral fame. She is trying to rack those brand deals right back in. You got this, diva.
So in January, Jules came out and said, y'all gave me all that money and I put it up my nose. Help. I'm trying to get my life back. I'm gonna start streaming regularly, making sure that I have a steady source of income and making sure that I'm black on the straight and narrow. I'm going to rehab. So she came back in January telling us the ugly side. And I remember seeing this on Threads too. She came back in January telling us the other ugly side of going viral and making all that money without having any sort of training or discipline or guidance about finances. And then we were all rooting for her. That was the last time I saw Jules on my timeline until last week. Now I can't stop seeing her on my timeline. I will tell you this. The minute I got a big check from YouTube, the first thing I did was get a financial advisor. YouTube sent me 2 checks that I did not understand. I said, excuse me now? This is what you pay me for the month? I got so scared when I saw that them zeros, I immediately called a financial advisor. I said, bitch, I'm not trying to go to jail. She's like, well, I said, no, bitch, I'm about to be Wesley Snipes in this bitch. They gave me a bag of money. How much do I need for taxes? I'll just say this, when I paid my taxes, the bag was much smaller. Y'all don't understand. When y'all say 40K, this is 40K gross. Y'all are used to getting net if you have a job, a 9 to 5. 40K gross is very different than 40K net. 40K gross is 32K net, if you're lucky. Okay? 30K, depending on what state you're in and how you file. So just know The gag is the 40K is not actually 40K. 25 to 30% goes to Uncle Sam. In the same way, my membership is $9 and something cents. YouTube only gives me $6. It's the same thing, right? So think about it. You guys give me $10 to be a member. I want to teach y'all a little something. You guys give me $10 to be a member in members only area, right? And for those who are saying it's more elsewhere, it's because you're doing it on your phones and the app store charges more. But if when you do it through the laptop, it's $9.99. Of that $10, YouTube gives me $6, and then I give $2 to Uncle Sam. You guys, those $10 memberships, I only make $4. When y'all say, Blue, your membership is $10. I can't afford it. Can you make it lower? Baby, the amount of intellectual labor I'm doing, $4 is as low as I can go. $4. $4. That's the part that I don't think they explained to Jules. Jules was talking about on Tamron Hall. I made $45K for one brand deal, $80K for another brand. Baby, that's called gross, not net. And also, Jules, if you have anybody on your team, if you have a dog walker, if you have a cat groomer, okay, suddenly that's not your money anymore. So for the $10 that y'all pay me for membership, YouTube takes $4. I get $6 as my gross. I give Uncle Sam $2, and by the time I'm done paying my employees and my overhead for my shop, I get $1 back. I get $1 back. These are not fake numbers, guys. I get $1. Bluecentric LLC gets $4. Blue Chalusma gets $1 out of every 10 that I get from y'all. And mind you, I'm the only one doing the labor, right? This is the part of entrepreneurship and content creation that they don't tell you about. That's why I wanted to have this conversation with you. I think these are the lessons that Jules, Bluecentric LLC gets $4, Blue Chalusma gets $1. These are real numbers. So when y'all say, 40K, baby, 40K is not the same 40K as you getting 40K from your job. When you get 40K from your job, taxes have already been paid. And there's no overhead because you don't own the business. Content creation, you are your own business. You are your own LLC. That's why when people say, I think one time my friend was joking, Blue, you rich? No. Bluecentric LLC makes a good amount of money. Blue Chalusma, me and Mel, my assistant, make the same amount of money, guys. I make the same money as my assistant because I have a new business. So what I take home as a person and what my business takes home, very drastically different. These are the lessons I want you guys to think about when you think about being an entrepreneur or a content creator, okay? Otherwise, you'll be another broke person begging for a GoFundMe after going viral, child.
Many months later.
My teeth are falling out of my head, and I need your help. Listen, I'm very uncomfortable making this video because this is a video I thought I'd never have to make. So the same Jules who was on Tamron Hall, you can look at the Tamron Hall because I was going to put it in, but I feel like this is already too long. She was on Tamron Hall like, honey, I'm getting $45,000, $85,000 per post, right? That same Jules now finds herself having to ask for money and do a GoFundMe, and it didn't go over well. Because not everybody has someone like me explaining what $40,000 actually means to the individual and not the LLC or the conglomerate, people saw this and they got very mad. I want you guys, it is a nice wig. You're right. I do like that wig on her. I want you guys to watch what she says and see how you feel about it without any preconceived notions. About maybe like 4 or 5 months ago, I had a deal with a dentist and he was going to completely take out all my teeth and give me a brand new set of teeth because through addiction, my teeth are severely destroyed. And the deal ended up falling through. And for the past maybe 2 months, you guys know I've been on my own dental health journey. I've gotten, a few cavities filled. I had a root canal. And every time I go to the dentist, it's made clear to me, I'm fighting an uphill battle. Like, it's being made clear to me that no matter how much I do here, I'm going to eventually have to take out all my teeth. And I've already spent $6,000 on this. So I don't know what else to do. Somebody who had to get, God, what's the number my lawyer gave me? I can't say the number. I signed a gag order. As somebody who spent a shit ton of money on dental surgery after an incident,
Nobody talks about the mental toll of all that dental work. We're thinking about the money and the financial stress of the dental work. Getting dental work is incredible, at least for me. Maybe some of y'all like being drilled in your mouth. Pause. I didn't mean it like that. But for me, dental work is incredibly emotionally stressful and taxing.
I don't want to ask my community for help, but I feel like I have no other choice at this point. I would love to go get a regular job. Girl, don't get me wrong, but even then, I don't think that that's going to help my situation.
She said, I would like to get a regular job, but I don't think that's going to help my situation. Do you hear what she actually said? She said, I would like to get a regular job, but I don't think that's going to help my situation. That means I have $45,000 in dental debt, and that needs to be done soon. And me getting a 9-to-5 won't give me $45,000 anytime soon. Is this statement untrue, guys? Baby, I cried during dental work. Is it untrue that if you get a 9-to-5, you won't be able to get $45,000 in any kind of timely manner, right? So technically, that's a true statement. Yes. Technically, if you get a 9-to-5, it won't help you get $45,000 in a timely manner for dental work. The internet turned it into, I'm a famous content creator, and there's no way I'm getting a 9-to-5. I'm better than y'all. Do y'all see the difference between what somebody says versus how it's received based on how people feel about them? She said, unfortunately, if I get a 9-to-5, it won't help my situation. Most Americans will agree that a 9-to-5 won't help you pay $45K out of pocket. No time soon. Not in a timely manner. I'm not caping, because they're going to be things she's going to say that I'm not going to like. But can we just admit what she actually said versus what people would later said she said? That's why I'm playing the entire video in real time for you.
Not in a dismissive kind of way. Like, I'm streaming every day and it's becoming very successful. I've gained a good amount of followers over just a matter of weeks. But I know that it's gonna be a few months until that's stable. And I wanted to fix my teeth on my own, but I can't like go on like this. Like, every day it hurts. It hurts to drink water. It hurts to drink water, girl. Like, I have a hole on each side of the upper side of my teeth, and it hurts. All my teeth are moving and they hurt all the time. And I'm just tired of being in pain. And I hate that I have to go to the internet and ask for help because everyone's struggling, but I don't know what else to do. And I feel like such a loser for crying and being like, donate to my GoFundMe. Like, girl, I got sober. I did everything I had to do. I'm trying to like be a full-time influencer still. And clearly I don't think it's...
Somebody said, I took it that my 9-to-5 benefits isn't going to cover my dental needs, nor can she make that money working Monday to Friday. That's how I took it, but the entire rest of the internet heard something else. The entire rest... You guys are about to watch people repeat what she said, and it's not going to sound the same.
It's working out in the best manner, but everyone always says, reach out when you need help. I need help. I really need help. And not for something facetious or something that, you know, isn't impacting my health directly. Like, I've wanted to come out here and be like, guys, help me get boobs, and guys, help me get my face, but like, I can live like this. I need to eat. Like, well, I'm the worst. I'm sorry. But like, you know, like, it hurts.
And here's the thing about Jules that a lot of people do. A lot of us do it. Jules has a big personality. Her big personality is why she was able to attract the level of money she has. It's a double-edged sword. When you are someone who is naturally funny, your brain is quirky, or you're like me, you have a little bit of the ADHD, you see things in a very colorful way, even when they're dire. People often can mistake your mischievous, playful disposition for you being flippant. What I'm seeing is someone who's used to laugh to keep from crying. Shout out to Mary J. Blige. That's a Mary J. Blige line from a song she said years ago that I loved. Sometimes you have to laugh to keep from crying. I'm seeing somebody who's laughing to keep from crying. The internet is saying she's being flippant and saying she's too good to work. You see how this is all a matter of perspective. I'm seeing someone who is a trans plus size woman who is not conventionally attractive, who has gotten her heart broken by men who have scammed on her. She did a whole video about that in 2024 about some guy she dated who was scamming on her. So you are used to being the bottom of the barrel for society. Your personality and your wit finally gets you a big come up. You think you have money. You buy an apartment building. She bought an apartment building for her family to live in. You start drinking because you have all this extra money, but it won't fill the hole inside of you, right? I tell people all the time, money does not bring happiness. It just gives you the freedom to figure out what will make you happy. So, and because you know, as a trans woman especially, how to be a fun key, because sometimes you being fun is the only thing stopping people from dehumanizing you. Black women, trans women, most women know what this feels like, yes? And the very shield of personality that you've created as a matter of survival is now being seen as you being an ungrateful bitch. Let's continue the video.
It hurts to drink things. It hurts to eat. It hurts. You know, I'm brushing 3 times a day. There's still fucking blood coming out of my mouth. I have a hole in my tooth. And I just have no money to fix it. I don't. And I didn't want to admit that to the internet because it feels like I'm such a loser. How do you go from being like influencer of the year, word of the year, and now you're on the internet asking for help? It's so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed. But I need help. I really do. There's a link in my bio. If you want to go help me, I really appreciate it. If you can, I understand. I really do understand everyone's in a compromising position. And I'm not trying to cry for sympathy. I just feel so uncomfortable. Like, I also feel so uncomfortable in my skin. Like,
so do you see what she said? She said, in these times, I know not everybody can help, but if you can help, I would appreciate it. So let me get this straight. Hey, I made all this money and was not taught and did not learn how to treat it properly. And I have addiction issues. And so the money made me more of what I already was. I was an addict. And the money just made the addiction worse, which is what tends to happen. Word to Charlie Sheen, yes? As a result of my poor choices, I no longer can have the ability to pay for this dental work that I'm now discovering I need. I'm in horrific pain. A 9-to-5 will not help me make that insurmountable amount of money anytime soon. Because unlike working as a content creator when I was big, a 9-to-5 won't help me do this anytime soon, right? Most Americans cannot save up $45K in a timely fashion working a regular 9-to-5. I am fucking mortified and embarrassed I even have to make this video. I know that not all of you have it. Those who do, if you love my page and want to support me, this is the support that I need most. That is what I heard. Now, has Jules had other antics that I find like, girl, you're not doing yourself no favors? Absolutely. I think we might actually show some of them, right? Is Jules a drama queen? Probably. I'm not taking that away from any of y'all. But the video that made you drag this lady for 40 days and 40 nights, I'm watching it. I'm not hearing whatever y'all heard to make you do this to her. I'm not hearing it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I'm not hearing it personally.
Like, girl, I'm already struggling being trans. I just want to be able to like talk and it doesn't hurt. Like, I want to be able to like
girl, I'm already struggling being trans. I just want to be able to talk.
Smile and like when I see it, I just don't. I'm so sorry. I know people come on here, they're, you know, everyone can make a GoFundMe for whatever reason they have. I've donated tens of thousands of dollars when I could to people's GoFundMes, but I just can't. I don't have it right now. I don't have anything. And I just need help. I know that if I continue to be consistent streaming, we'll be good. You know, I'm already getting brain deals back again, but right now, the next month or two, I need to do something about this because I'm going through it.
Love to know who you think you are, that your audience is gonna pull up and pay almost 50 grand for your bullshit ass smile. I know you.
Jeffree Star, of all people, jumped on this to drag her.
fucking lying.
Jeffree Star has entered the Jules LeBron discourse, posting a video poking fun at her very demure and mindful trend at the dentist, saying that he is not asking his followers for money. He's paying for his dental work all on his own.
Today we're at the dentist. I'm paying for my own teeth cleaning. It's very demure, very mindful. I'm not like the other girls. I don't expect my entire audience of blue-collar 9-to-5 workers to pay for my $45,000 smile.
The video's like whatever, but a comment really caught my eye because a user said, the last thing I would think about if I had a medical emergency was to take out my phone and film it. And Jeffree responded saying, my thought exactly when I had my very serious car accident, my first thought wasn't, hey, let's film everything. And unfortunately for Jeffree, like, that is not the truth. That's not the truth, Ellen, because when he got in his car accident in 2021, there was a post up on social media within like 1 hour saying what happened. And I'm not here to say like any of that is wrong behavior, but the entire time Jeffree was posting on his Snapchat story, like for the days he was in the hospital, I think he was.
Oh, you guys, my YouTube manager is watching the live. Shout out to you, Bridget. Another Bridget. My YouTube manager is Bridget. My friend's Bridget. I know, confusing. And she said, hi, I'm a little behind on the live, but it's AI is one of Alandria's catchphrases. Girl, thank you. Not me being an auntie. I want to apologize to the young lady where I said, it's okay, baby. I didn't get it. I thought you were fighting for your life because people come in here talking about, is that AI? Is that AI? So I'm so tired of people saying it's AI. You were quoting Alandria. So shout out to y'all for keeping me young. I didn't pick up what you were dropping. Child, the judge watching, my manager. I love y'all so fucking much. Anyways, let's get back to Jeffree Star being a hypocrite.
There for like almost 48 hours. He was active on socials, posting. He also posted his entire recovery process on the internet and was posting so many Snapchat stories. Like, I'm not here to say any of that is right or wrong, whether or not you film yourself after you get into a medical emergency. That's your prerogative. IDGAF what you do. But for Jeffree to say like, that was the last thing I would think about would be filming myself in the hospital after getting into a car accident. Well, no, like, he did do that. And he also like showed us the car afterwards and was posting for days about this recovery, which again, it's his prerogative and he's entitled to that. But like overall, Jeffree just shouldn't be the moral high ground on how people should like use their platforms. Like, I don't think that him preaching to the choir that Jules is doing something wrong is serious. To me, it's like so unserious because it's Jeffree Star.
And this is the moment I decided to block Jules.
So I thought the Jules discourse was going to stop. I saw a bunch of trans women speaking about it. So I was like, oh, y'all got it covered. Cover your sis. We're good. Let me put it on the comments so y'all can see the comments real quick. But then, just when I thought it was over, Hayden Panettiere, rest in peace. So fucking sad. Hayden Panettiere died. And every single story I hear about Hayden's life, I did not realize her life was so harrowing and fraught with just adversity. Like, oh my God, right? So Jules posted this and people got mad at Jules again. It says, knowing exactly how it feels to lose brand partnerships because of my mental health, falling apart from grief and addiction, she deserves so much better. Rest in peace, Hayden. So what she's referencing is Neutrogena is now being boycotted by many because Hayden Panettiere said when she was a Neutrogena spokesperson, a brand ambassador for a decade, they dropped her like a hot potato because she talked about postpartum. She literally lost a 10-year brand deal with Neutrogena, which is a major brand, simply for talking about her mental health issues dealing with postpartum depression. And the fact that her speaking up about going through one of the hardest things women can go through made her lose her job rather than be it, applauded for it. It was disgusting. It was heartbreaking. It was one more betrayal in the life of Hayden, right? The short-lived life of Hayden. People see this, they're immediately disgusted and upset, and they say, oh, fuck no. Fuck Neutrogena, right? Jules, who just went viral for talking about how she lost her brand deals and is no longer doing as well as she did, and a little bit of money she had, she blew through it. She said, I know what it's like to lose brand partnerships because of mental health issues and falling apart from grief and addiction. Because Hayden allegedly might have passed of an overdose. I'm not sure if that's been confirmed yet at the time of this posting. I saw many postings about it, and there was Narcan in her house. Sorry, a little bit of meat fell out. Pause. The Narcan is for people who have addiction and opioid addiction, but there's been a lot of speculation that Hayden might have had some kind of addiction. And to be perfectly honest, the shit that she went through that I've read over the last couple of days, I totally understand why somebody would want to escape that mentally, right? So Jules is saying, I of all people know the hell that Hayden was in, and she deserved better. Rest in peace. People got mad again. Now, there is an argument that you making Hayden Panettiere about you could be seen as tone deaf. And though, as a neurodivergent girly, when somebody with ADHD tells you a story, our first thought is, oh my God, I have a similar story I want to share. I can relate to that, right? So it's obnoxious, but it's also not malicious, in my opinion, that our brains can naturally do that. I have a brain that neurologically is wired to do that, and I have to train myself. Blue, she's telling you a story that sounds exactly like that thing that happened to you 3 years ago because of pattern recognition. And though, just listen to the story. Do not interrupt. Do not make it about you. Okay, you're still listening. Okay, their mouth is still moving. Okay, you didn't hear that last part, but you're still listening. Okay, you're still listening. I go through it all the time, and that's not malice. I've taught myself not to interrupt people, but a lot of people will hear you say something that is similar and related. Jules got dragged again. Let's play the video, child. So why y'all mad at Jules for saying she's an addict who went through mental health issues and lost her brand deals? And I can relate to that since I literally told y'all I was going through the same thing a couple months ago. Yo, I'm working really hard to see what the backlash is about. And I watched a lot of videos about the backlash. Many of them misgendered her, so I had to stop watching those. Others were mad that she was asking for money because she's a rich influencer. But I went back and watched the video, and she didn't say anything that they misquoted. So I'm still struggling to see what the backlash is. I'm still struggling, but let's continue.
I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt with the whole teeth debacle, grifting on the internet, the whole supposed cardiac arrest, which turns out it was just a panic attack.
Jules thought she was having a cardiac arrest and it was a panic attack. A panic attack feels like you're dying. It doesn't make you a liar. Y'all are not trauma informed. Thank you, Mitson. Mitson, did you see the message that Mel sent about how I really should have just canceled all meetings for August because it's been whooping everybody's ass? Child, we had to fire somebody yesterday. We're going through it at the shop. But Mitson said, God forbid if something were to happen to Jules. Yes. Thank you for that. And Mitson works in mental health, so she's exactly the perfect person to make the statement. God forbid if something were to happen to Jules, people are going to be crying to address mental health. Whole time they could have just left her alone. Maybe because I work with so many people who are fighting a dark night of the soul, and I have so many... yes, thank you, love. I actually made the call to Mel live. When I found out that we were going over, I immediately called Mel and said, just apologize. We're going to eat crow, right? But like, I need y'all to understand, a lot of time when y'all dogpile people like this, I pray to God you never have to prove that you mean that shit and the tables turn. Every day I see people on social media hold me to a standard that they would buckle under. A lot of times public figures, celebrities, content creators, people who are perceived for a living, y'all don't know how much I hate that I have to be perceived for a living. I always wanted to work in emotional intelligence. I always wanted to be a writer, but I thought that I could be behind the scenes. So I had a production company, so it could be about the actors. The fact that God, the universe, and a bunch of random casting directors keep pushing me in front of the camera, being perceived was never part of the plan for me. Yes, it is not fun. I love the community, but the act of being perceived by strangers is not fun, and you have to build an incredible thick skin. And a lot of times I watch people master shit that would bring you to your knees. And if you catch them slipping on a bad day, you dance on their proverbial grave. One of the things we do at the shop, just not at the shop, because I have 5 streams of income, so I keep on saying the shop and I have like a whole LLC. One of the things I do in my business is I make everybody in charge of something. I don't want to be the Wizard of Oz. I say, hey, you're in charge of this. You're in charge of this. I'm trusting you. What do you need from me? Only call me when you need me. You are the master of this shit, right? Everybody is the king of their own kingdom at Bluecentric LLC. It never fails. The same people when they're training who are like, why can't we do it like this? Why can't we do it like that? Why can't we do it like this? When they're training, the minute I put them in charge and they have to be me, I see them literally kirk out and be like, Blue, I didn't know it was this hard. Oh, because last week when I did it, y'all said, why can't you just? But now that you're doing it, like, no. There's a joy I get giving people who work with me, because nobody works for me, they work with me. I'm really strong about that language. Watching people who work with me step into my shoes and suddenly get it. Like, oh, this shit is not as easy as I thought. Perfect example, y'all think that me, Carlos, and Claudia, and Dustin just get on talk and kiki every Monday about reality shows, and it's so easy. All right, let's put a camera on you. Let's put a camera on you and let you talk for 2 hours to 10,000 people every Monday. And let's let them call you names and a stupid bitch and you ugly and your mama ugly and your dog is ugly and you're washed out and nobody's gonna. Let's switch for 5 minutes and see what it feels like. It's not as easy as it looks, right? And I think what's happening with Jules is people are forgetting that she's a plus-size trans woman in Trump's America who caught a lick and then realized that she didn't have capacity to maintain it, and is now being humbled in real time while being perceived and heavily judged. That is not an easy task for anybody. So am I caping for her? No. But you making fun of someone for thinking they were going into cardiac arrest when they were really just having a panic attack, you've clearly never had a panic attack. You've clearly never had a panic attack. I almost drowned when I was a child. Fast forward 30 plus years later, I'm getting my lashes done. It's the first warm day after a mild winter in California, because it's California, right? I'm wearing my Hillman Grad sweatshirt. Shout out to Lena Waithe. It's really pretty. It's purple. I'm in my Hillman Grad sweatshirt because up until this day, there's been a breeze. And I get cold in the AC when I'm getting my lashes done. I lay down in my sweatshirt, they tape my eyes shut, and I've learned to namaste and fall asleep and then wake up with pretty lashes. Unfortunately, on this day, a heat wave started. My lash tech didn't have a fan. I wake up from my nap in a pool of sweat with my eyes taped shut, and instantly I'm back to 3 years old drowning. I thought I was going to die. Logically, I was lying on my back getting my lashes done in Koreatown. Waking up in a pool of sweat and drowning with your eyes taped shut, I thought I was going to die. Haven't got my lashes done since. That was a panic attack. Am I a grifter? Was I just being a drama queen? Or was I just having a fucking panic attack? I'm taking my time with this discourse more than the others because I'll just say this. Everybody in this economy wants to make money. Everybody in this economy wants to be impactful. Many people, not everybody, many people in this economy want to be stars, want to be celebrities, want the high life. The gag is all of you want it, and yet the way you treat people who have it would make you weep. Think about that. Imagine heckling somebody who has the job you want to get. What do you think is going to happen when you get the job? All right, let's continue.
But this, using Hayden Panettiere's death to try to garner sympathy for yourself, it isn't about you. Somebody just literally died, is gone up off this earth, and you're trying to make it about you as if your situations are comparable. That girl lost her child, her brother.
It's comparable, but go off, sis.
Mother was in the middle of exposing Hollywood, and now she's gone. And you up here trying to compare your struggle to her struggle over a brand deal, and you
I know you'd read the fuck out of a manuscript.
Not being able to get your teeth fixed. Please go touch grass and breathe some fresh air, because this ain't it.
Literally, all Jules had to do was get up here and be like, hey, you guys, I'm about to.
So this girl is about to show us what Jules should have said. Mind you, we just saw what Jules said. I didn't think there was anything wrong with. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Jules said. But this young lady is going to tell us what Jules should have said, because we all know it's easier to critique from the sidelines. And this is somebody who critiques but also lives in it, right? I talk about the industry, but I'm also in the industry. So if I talk shit about somebody, they're going to see it and like see me outside. I live it. I don't have the luxury. I don't have the luxury to talk about people and have them not see it. Yes? So it's easy from the sidelines to talk shit. So let's see, though, because I love this girl's videos usually. Let's see what her, and I intentionally didn't watch this because I was like, maybe she's going to cook and I want to be pleasantly surprised. Let's see if what she says, I think it's going to be emotionally intelligent because she tends to be emotionally intelligent. But is it going to be different from what Jules said? Is it gonna be? Yes, I actually agree that Jules was just relating to Hayden. I think Jules was being empathetic. I agree with all of you. Here's the thing. You can try to be empathetic and unintentionally center yourself. It happens all the time. It's actually a facet of ADHD. And like I always say, being neurodivergent isn't a character flaw. It's neurological wiring. It doesn't mean that you can't be held accountable and train yourself to be better, but it also doesn't mean you're malicious. You can center yourself without being malicious. Perfect example was Shamia. I did a whole live about Shamia being a people pleaser and not realizing that she was being unintentionally manipulative. She wasn't being malicious though, right? This idea that every misstep has to be tethered to malice is unintelligent, guys. I'm not talking, and the person who responded, I'm not calling you unintelligent. I'm just saying overall in general. I tell people this all the time. People who love you don't always know how to keep you safe. If I demote somebody I love, I'm not demoting them because they didn't love me. I'm demoting them because they're not equipped to keep me safe. I've learned to tell the difference. It's why I teach a class on emotional intelligence. Yes? But let's listen to this girl's take on what Jules should have said, even though, here's the thing, asking for money in this economy when you're seen as a public figure is going to always get backlash because people are like, oh, well, you have attention. Attention doesn't pay for teeth, okay? So that's the first thing. So there was a subset of people who are going to always be mad. That considered, I don't think what Jules said was all that egregious now that I've watched it. I intentionally watched it with y'all. For those who thought I watched it before, no. We all watched Jules' video together. Y'all watched me watch it for the first time. That wasn't pre-rehearsed. So as somebody who has just seen it fresh for the first time, I don't get it. We'll go off.
Be real open and honest with all of you. I'm experiencing some severe dental issues and I cannot afford to get my teeth fixed. So I've decided to swallow my pride and I figured that it doesn't hurt to ask if there's any dental office out here who's interested in maybe exchanging services.
Oh, so her thing is instead of asking the public for a GoFundMe, to ask if there's a dentist with dental services. Yes, and I'll just say this. I don't want a stranger in my mouth. Pause. I've been doing it all night. Respectfully, guys, I wouldn't say this. It's actually a great plan, right? Asking for dental services instead of asking the public, sure. And I like my doctor. Shout out to Dr. Alicia. If I need dental work done, I don't want a dentist on TikTok who's a fan of Bluecentric to offer to be drilling my mouth. I don't. Hey, public, anybody want to do mouth work on me? I don't want a stranger in my mouth. Not that there's a stranger in my mouth. You're my people. Not you singing to me. Usually I would have done that, right? So sure. Could she have said this? Sure. I fucking wouldn't. And thank you. I was just about to mention this. She actually mentioned that she had somebody offer to do the work and it fell through. So somebody that I picked fell through. I'm not sure I want a stranger in my mouth. But I'm going to let her cook. You see how it's all subjective? Okay.
Where you fix my teeth and in exchange, I give your dental office promotion on my TikTok to my 2 million plus followers. Or if there's a dentist out here who just has it on their heart to do something nice for someone who can't afford to pay for it.
I don't want to hook up in my mouth. I'm so sorry. My body's rejecting this entire suggestion. Here's the thing. I get why she's making the suggestion. Her suggestion centers public sentiment. I would center my mouth. Respectfully, for something as intimate as mouth surgery, I'm going to center what makes me comfortable because I'm stuck with my mouth until I die. And not what's going to make the... Let's let her cook. Okay.
This is really embarrassing, and I know it's probably confusing to a lot of you because, as we all know, I have made a lot of money on TikTok throughout the last couple of years. But unfortunately, I made some...
Yeah, baby, you're late. We're doing the Married at First Sight recap with Bridget on Saturday. But yes, we're definitely doing it.
Very poor financial decisions. I was incredibly financially irresponsible, and I have now unfortunately found myself in a position where I can't afford the dental care that I'm in.
She said that, though. She said that. So aside from you asking for a stranger to play in her mouth, so far you're just repeating what she said.
In need of. I want all of you to know that I don't take any of your support for granted.
She said that as well. Bitch, I know you didn't just repeat Jules' word bar for bar and just add a stranger in her mouth. I'm saying bitch lightly, not like I'm calling you names. Am I crazy? Okay, y'all. I'm gonna say to y'all what I say to Bridget and Mel in the group chat. Did I miss something? I don't want to the only thing worse than a stranger in my mouth is a discounted stranger in my mouth. There are many things I want for free, not somebody in my mouth. Okay, so I'm so sorry. Y'all, I'm not behave. Aside from that piece, all she's doing is repeating what Jules already said.
Because without your support, I would have never been able to make more money in a few months than most people make in a year or two of working their jobs. I would not have been given the opportunities that I've been given throughout the last couple of years, and I would not have been afforded the lifestyle that I've had the luxury of living over the last couple of years.
Okay, so this is the first non-stranger in my mouth new thing that she said was, she's saying, stranger in the mouth aside, you should have spent more time telling the audience how much they have given you the lifestyle that you had before you lost it. Sure. Okay. So you said 4 things and only one of them was new and another one of them was kind of yuck. But everything else you said, Jules said. But okay, I'm going to let you cook, though.
All of that is thanks to you guys. And even though I do admit that I was incredibly financially irresponsible, and so to some of you it may come across as though I take the life that I've been given and the opportunities that I've been given for granted, I do want every single one of you to know that I truly appreciate your support. I had a rough time there, which unfortunately resulted in me making some really poor decisions.
She said that already. Okay, so we're back to repeating Jules. There was a show on the Cooking Network one time, ADHD, but it's connected. On this show, it was called Semi-Homemade. Y'all remember that lady, the little skinny white lady who would just take ramen noodles and add some garlic to it and call it a dish? Semi-Homemade, the entire thing was she'd get a rotisserie chicken and some prepared foods and remix them. This is feeling like the TikTok equivalent of semi-homemade. Adding parsley to ramen. It's still ramen, baby. So yes, thank you. So she wants her to sell. Yes. Because Jules said all that already. She's basically saying she wanted Jules to grovel more. Somebody said you do kind of have to grovel when begging for money. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Is all form of support from community begging? I'm asking you a question. Queen WJ, I'm not picking on you. If someone I love was going through a rough financial patch and they came to me and the rest of the group chat and said, y'all, I'm fucked right now financially. I really need some support. Is there any way that you guys can donate anything to this GoFundMe? Is that begging? It's a real question. It's not a trick question. Is requesting support from a community that you've cultivated begging? If God forbid, 20 years from now, because it's not going to happen no time soon, but if 20 years from now, social media changes, YouTube changes the algorithm, and suddenly I'm not doing as well as I used to because I made one financial risk too many. And I spent time cultivating this community, and I said, guys, I'm down bad. I made the wrong investment. If you could have it in your heart. Is that begging? Is asking your community for support automatically begging? Is she begging because she's crying? So is the show of vulnerability what makes it begging? Let's look up the definition of begging. I'm being so serious. This is not me trying to have a gotcha with anybody. First of all, y'all know I'm fucking confrontational as hell. If I wanted to have a gotcha, I would just start cussing people out. Begging, definition. Begging is asking people for money, food, or help in a public place, right? It happens when a person has no money and needs basic support. People also use the word to mean pleading, which is asking for something in an urgent way, right? also called panhandling and whatchamacallit? Panhandling and, oh no, it's asking for cigarettes. Okay, this is going somewhere left. So asking for money publicly is what AI says is begging. Now, why am I going to pause for a second? We know that AI does not always get it right. I intentionally looked up the AI definition because AI is what everybody uses. For the person who is yelling in caps lock, she is begging. I'm going to ask you this. Does her begging mean that she did something wrong? Does her, if we're going to use the AI definition, does someone who's created a public platform and built a community asking for help from that community mean they've done something wrong? Because here's the part that you guys are missing. There's definitions and there's connotation, right? Let's look at Merriam-Webster now. Begging, Merriam-Webster. I'm intentionally doing this in the way that you guys do it because you guys will ask for a question and believe AI. Can I tell y'all something? AI has been wrong a lot for me. As somebody who was around in the 90s and who used to read books and see things in books, not through Google. Like, I'm from the age where we had our first search engine was Ask Jeeves, right? I have seen things that I read in books be improperly annotated on AI. So I intentionally, you saw what I just did? I intentionally looked up the lazy AI version. Let's now look up Merriam-Webster, right? It says here, entreat, beseech, implore, supplicate, adjure, to ask urgently, right? Earnestness or insistence. Now, I'm going to say this word to you. Begging is to ask urgently and in earnest. I'm still not going to fight the definition. I like to play in people's realities. Begging does not just mean to ask publicly. Begging means to ask earnestly. Do y'all know what earnest means? Earnest means sincere. I want to teach you a quick lesson about words versus connotations over time. Begging originally meant to ask something for something publicly with insincerity, right? I'm going to keep looking. Let's look up Oxford now. I'm going to keep looking. Begging definition. Oxford Dictionary. Begging in the Oxford Dictionary means requesting something earnestly. So, AI told you that begging means to be pleading in public. That's what AI said. But Oxford and Merriam actually said that begging means to ask for something earnestly. Somehow the word earnest disappeared by the time it got to AI. And earnest means sincere. So the sincerity that begging used to have disappeared. We're not done yet. Now, let's look up Urban Dictionary. I really want you guys to understand how the etymology of words work. In the Urban Dictionary, begging means, hold on, Urban Dictionary, begging, Urban Dictionary. In the not the Vegan Dictionary, begging Urban Dictionary, the fact that my AI thing doesn't think that I'm going to look this word up. All right, Urban Dictionary. An individual who is persistently nagging and pestering for emotional gain. Do y'all see what just happened? Let me teach you about connotation real quick. Begging used to mean a sincere plea to your community from a place of urgency. I sincerely need this. Please, community, help me. That's what begging originally meant. AI diluted it to mean you just asking for shit in public. And in urban connotation, it now means that you are a grifter. Do you see how something sincere became sinister? through translation by playing a game of telephone. Something that used to mean that you were sincerely asking for help from your community turned into you tap dancing in public, and now colloquially means that you're a grifter who's trying to pull a scam. You see how Ernest completely left the definition, right? And somebody said, also look up Cambridge Dictionary. Let's look up begging in the Cambridge Dictionary. This is the last one, guys. In the Cambridge Dictionary, to beg means to make a strong and urgent request. It means to ask for something because you actually sincerely don't have it. So guys, was Jules begging? The answer is complicated. Jules was begging in the pure sense because she sincerely asked her public for help. But Jules was not begging in the Urban Dictionary sense or in the colloquial sense where we mean it as a disparaging comment. Thank you. Somebody said, I think capitalism changed the definition of connotation of begging. That's why when y'all argue with me about words, we're not talking about the same words, even though we're talking about the same words. You didn't mean begging in cap locks like you were angry. Oh my God, I'm going to scream that Jules was sincerely asking her public for help. That's not why you put it in cap locks. You meant begging as something derogatory. And had I been a lazy person who was not around for the 90s, I would have gone on AI, saw the lazy version of the AI that says she's asking in public, so it means she's begging. And missed the part where her sincerity took away the teeth in the judgment that you just cast on her. Shit like this is why I'm working on my book. I used to say Google it. Even Googling it's not working for y'all anymore. Let's continue with this young lady reheating Jules' nachos while scolding her.
All I can really say is that I'm sorry. I'm learning from this. I will grow from this. I will make better financial decisions in the future as to hopefully never have to get up here and do something like this again. But if there is a dentist out here who's interested in taking me up on one of my offers, my DMs are always open. That's it. That's literally all Jules had to do. And that would have been received far better than what Jules actually did.
But it also would have put a stranger in her mouth. So your suggestion works for you. I'm not sure it'd work for her though. But let's continue.
Because mind you, while this isn't exactly what Jules said, this is how people received what Jules said. In people's minds, Jules essentially got up here and was like, yeah, I'm too good for a regular job, but you bitches aren't. So can y'all just like save up a couple of those regular job paychecks and donate them to me so I can get my teeth fixed? Because even though obviously...
Did you hear Jules say that? Did you hear what she just said? She said, Jules said, I don't feel like getting a regular job, but your money is good, so can you use some of your regular... You guys, did Jules ever say that? So now you've gone from eating her nachos to lying. Not only, as somebody who paraphrases all the time, if you paraphrased or use hyperbole, for those who don't know, hyperbole is an exaggeration used for dramatic effect in colorful storytelling. I'm good for hyperbole. If I say something happened 17 minutes ago, it probably happened 3 weeks ago. I'm being hyperbolic, right? Had you used a hyperbole or used a playful paraphrase, I would have allowed it because I do it all the time. You just fucking lied. So you spent 2 or 3 minutes critiquing her by reheating her nachos and adding parsley on top. And now you're lying on her. You guys, not everybody is meant to be a responsible social commentarian. I know I make it look easy. Actually, do I? I'm not sure I do make it look easy. This video got mad likes. People were applauding her for her emotional intelligence. That's not how that works, but okay.
Honestly, I made like a lot of money from the whole demure viral moment. I just kind of blew through all of that. And now I need something that I can't afford to pay for on my own. And while I could get a regular job, like who wants to do that? So while
What? She didn't say that. She didn't say that. She did not say that. She didn't say that. Yes, she said that's what the public heard, and she continues to talk as if that's what Jules did, though. Well, you want me to play it back? I'll play it back. We can rewind. We can rewind, guys. Let's rewind.
And I have now unfortunately found myself in a position where I can't afford the dental care that I'm in need of. I want all of you to know that I don't take any of your support for granted, because without your support, I would have never been able to make more money in a few months than most people make in a year or two of working their jobs. I would not have been given the opportunities that I've been given throughout the last couple of years, and I would not have been afforded the lifestyle that I've had the luxury of living over the last couple of years.
So she said all she added was parsley and she needed to grovel more. Got it. So if your critique is Jules needed to be to grovel more, got it. See, I'm trying to extrapolate value. The only value I heard, because I'm not going to give value to having a stranger in your mouth. I'm so sorry. But I heard you say that she should have groveled more because she's asking. Sure. I'll let you have that. But I do believe she lied, though. Let's keep on hearing it. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's listen.
All of that is thanks to you guys. And even though I do admit that I was incredibly financially irresponsible, and so to some of you, it may come across as though I take the life that I've been given and the opportunities that I've been given for granted, I do want every single one of you to know that I truly appreciate your support. I had a rough time there, which unfortunately resulted in me making some really poor decisions. All I can really say is that I'm sorry. I'm learning from this. I will grow from this. I will make better financial decisions in the future as to hopefully never have to get up here and do something like this again. But if there is a dentist out here who's interested in taking me up on one of my offers, my DMs are always open. That's it. That's literally all Jules had to do.
She said that's all Jules had to do while recapping 70% of what Jules actually already did. To me, that's a lie. Now, this version of a lie is implied. Let's see if she just factually lies now. Let's see.
And that would have been received far better than what Jules actually did. Because mind you, while this isn't exactly what Jules said, this is how people received what Jules said. In people's minds, Jules essentially got up here and was like, yeah, I'm too good for a regular job, but you bitches aren't. So can y'all just like save up a couple of those?
So do you see why I find this dishonest? You keep on saying that your version would have made it right. But because Jules didn't do your version, people heard this, essentially. Yet your version is mostly what Jules actually said already. I find that dishonest. I'm sorry. I don't think it's intentionally dishonest, but I do find it dishonest, though. There's a responsibility. So look at me fucking up these fruit letter from Trader Joe's. There's a responsibility that comes with critique, especially if people take you seriously. This young lady has great delivery. She seems very intelligent, very thoughtful, but she talks better than she listens. I can't trust somebody who talks more than they listen. What do I constantly say on here? I get paid to talk, and yet I listen 80% of the time. I spend 80% of my time listening and learning, and 20% of my time talking and teaching. If she really listened, she couldn't have made this video. So, best case scenario, she's a horrible listener. Brilliant girl, but horrible listener. Because you can't give a critique while just reheating nachos. I'm going to keep on saying that, right? Worst case scenario is she just wanted to be sensational because she doesn't like Jules and didn't hear it correctly.
Regular job paychecks and donate them to me so I can get my teeth fixed. Because even though obviously I made like a lot of money from the whole demure viral moment, I just kind of blew through all of that. And now I need something that I can't afford to pay for on my own. And while I could get a regular job, like who wants to do that? So while a regular job wouldn't be good enough for me or wouldn't work for me, the money y'all get from y'all's regular jobs, that will be good enough for me. That will work for me. Hand it over. That's not exactly what Jules said, but that is how people received it. A little bit of humility, a little bit of accountability would have gone a long way.
She did have a little bit of humility. She did have a little bit of accountability. So that, I don't want to use the word dishonest, even though my artistic brain is calling her dishonest. You're saying a little bit of humility and a little bit of accountability would have gone a long way. That is a lie. Because she did have a little bit of both. You wanted her to have a large amount of it. She did have both. She did have a little bit. For you to say a little bit of accountability and humility would have gone a long way implies that there was none. That is a lie. I'm sorry. I'm back to calling her a liar. I don't think it's intentional, but I'm back to calling her a liar. Can we all agree that if somebody says a little bit of humility and accountability but gone a long way, what you're saying is there was none because you're only asking for a little. The only thing less than a little is none. The only thing less than a little is none. If your critique is she needed a little bit of humility and accountability, would have gone a long way, and we actually watched her have a little bit of humility and accountability, what you actually mean is she needed to fucking grovel. You are if somebody who trusts you doesn't go back and watch the video, you just told them that Jules had no accountability and no humility. Which is a lie. Objectively, that is a lie. Unless you think Jules is a sociopath. I'm sorry, guys. You saw how I worked really hard because y'all kept on saying I heard her wrong. So I, as a good listener, played the entire thing back to the point where she started that part. It didn't make it better. It actually kind of made it a little bit worse. I was open to it, though. Always open to being corrected if there's something to correct.
And I know that Jules apparently took down the GoFundMe and said that they're getting the work done. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a dentist out here who reached out to Jules and offered their services. If I'm not mistaken, I remember seeing a woman dentist in the comment section of Jules's video saying, hey, reach out to me. I would love to help. But asking for financial donations, especially because this is not the first time that Jules has done something like this, it is so incredibly tacky. It is so incredibly distasteful.
That's the truth. We finally get to the truth. You think it's tacky. So basically, there's nothing she could have said because you think the act is tacky. You're finally telling the truth. So it's not that you wanted Jules to give that weird little speech that you created. You're disgusted that she asked to begin with. What did we say earlier? There's a subsect of people who were always going to find it tacky and who were always going to judge you. Let them go and figure out the best way to respectfully address the rest. So the entire first half of this video, well, first 3/4, I hope, of this video was fraudulent. You didn't want a little bit of humility. You didn't want a little bit of accountability because those things happened and you even repeated her words almost verbatim at certain points. You wanted her to grovel because you think she's fucking tacky. Why couldn't you just say that? Why couldn't you just say that?
And then when you seal the deal with, I could get a regular job, but that's just not going to work for me. So y'all give me y'all's money instead.
That's a lie. Y'all, I'm so sorry. This girl, the lies are getting more egregious. I'm so sorry, guys. Now she's gone from implying a lie, where you could infer a lie, to just flat out lying.
That gives lazy and entitled.
Why can't you just say, Jules, I think you a tacky bitch? Why did you do all that virtue signaling? Why did you pretend that you had a suggestion when you just hit copy and paste, plus a stranger in her mouth and some groveling? So what you mean? You know what this is like? This is like when people tell fat women to work out even when they're at the gym already. You don't really mean that you want the fat girl to work out. You just think she needs to suffer because she's a fat bitch. I'm back to calling you dishonest. I'm so sorry. I'm back to calling you dishonest.
Not to mention the fact that Jules has gotten up here on more than one occasion and cried about financial struggles.
So you think so you hate the fact that Jules asked her community for help. You think it's tacky. I would have respected that video instead, and you could have saved us about 5 minutes of content.
To the very next week or the very next month, turn around and brag about spending large sums of money on materialistic items, on collector dolls, on concert tickets for the entire family. And while it's commendable to want to do nice things for your family, while it's totally understandable to want to do nice things for yourself, you have to plan ahead. Jules is not the only person who's been impacted by TikTok not paying the way it used to pay. But the big difference is a lot of creators, including myself, who have been impacted by the changes in the TikTok algorithm.
Oh, the truth is coming out. So wait, you're a TikTok creator who's not making any money because the algorithm has changed, and you think it's tacky that a girl who's had the success that you could only dream of lost it and has a community that she can rely on to help her get it back. I'm happy you're finally telling the truth now. A lot of creators have been impacted, Jules, myself included. This is why I tell y'all, I make this warning a lot. And I think when I make it, people think I'm being confrontational. And I'm actually not. I tell people all the time, hey, don't judge me. And if you are going to judge me, you better hope I don't find out. Because the problem with judging me is that I get to judge you back. And I listen different. People who come to me being judgmental and condescending and stern often walk away embarrassed. Because you're not going to make me feel bad about myself. I'm just going to watch you tell on yourself. The reason why I'm not judgmental, even though I literally get paid to give my opinion for a living, is because I know that my version of judging hurts more. So I just don't do it at all. My friends are constantly telling me that I'm showing too much grace, I'm being too nice. It's because my version of the alternative, I would have no friends. Yeah? This is a perfect example of somebody who thought they were going to come and drag somebody and judge someone. And when I listen, all I'm seeing is she's telling on herself. If I was Jules watching this, I wouldn't feel bad. I'd be like, oh, so you never made no money. You didn't even have it to lose. And you salty that I had it to lose. And also have a community that I can rely on. That's what I'm hearing. Mind you, somebody said Blue really does dissect people's words like no other. Baby, I do this all day, every day, in every conversation I've ever had in my life. That's why I tell people all the time, I give grace as a choice. There's alternatives in here. This is why people don't like it when I protect my friends. Because when people come after my friends, I don't hear what they're saying the same way my friends do. I said, did you hear that bitch just admit that she wanted to be you when she grew up? That's what I heard. Oh, you didn't hear that? Let me explain it to you. I hear shit different. And by different, I mean objectively through the lens of emotional intelligence. Y'all should have never taught me how to fucking read, huh? Yeah, girl, you a hater. I was giving you so many compliments because you're pretty and you're articulate, and then you just turned out to be a content creator on TikTok who didn't even have to lose to begin with. Yikes.
Changes in the creator fund, the changes that have resulted in people not making as much money online as they used to, is the fact that
I might, if the opportunity presents itself. I'm so fucking busy. I'm so fucking busy. But if the opportunity presents itself, I'd be open.
And a lot of other creators never made $500,000 because that's what it's rumored that Jules made at the height of the demure viral moment. It said
a lot of creators never even made $500,000. So we're back to you, the fact that you ain't got it. Got it. Okay.
That Jules was making around like $45,000 to $80,000 per video. So to make that much money, even if it was a little bit less or a little bit more than what people are saying was made, just to then turn around and get up here on a regular basis with GoFundMes for different things, it gives out of touch. It rubs people the wrong way. It leaves a bad taste in people's mouths. And while I empathize and sympathize with the fact that there was apparently some substance abuse issues that were occurring, which was
do you? Because the substance abuse that you empathize and sympathize with, wow, you're doing both while also being a hater. You juggle, huh? You just juggle all three at the same time. You can sympathize, empathize, and be a hater. Fuck. I'm not that ambidextrous, right? But while you're doing all that juggling, why are you acting as if you give a fuck about her having an addiction when her addiction informs all the shit that you're calling tacky? Baby, do you need a GoFundMe? Is that what this is? Do you need one? You sounded really hurt when you mentioned that the influencers weren't getting paid as much.
Resulted in the dental problems that Jules is facing today. As someone who struggled with severe alcoholism for years, which did result in some dental issues that I need to get fixed myself.
Wait, and you're an alcoholic too? Bitch. Throw the live away. I'm done. Y'all, and scene. Wait a minute. You're an alcoholic content creator who didn't make the money. Girl, and you even look like if Jules got gastric bypass, she would look just like you. See, it be the ones who look the most like you who be hating the hardest, child. If I see a big pretty bitch who hasn't gone to therapy, I already know I'm not safe. I already know I'm not safe. What? What? So you're upset that your fat trans cousin pulled off what you couldn't with the same vices. Let me drink my water. See, I didn't even know all this. The more you talk, you just keep, okay, no, I'm going to stop. This is why people don't like to argue with me. This is exactly why nobody wants to argue with me. And I'd be open to it too. Fuck. Okay. I'm going to call you, back in the day, I would have called you Hector Projector. Somebody said, that's all, folks. Somebody said, girl, at this point, just start a GoFundMe too, child. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this. Why are you still talking? I'm embarrassed for you. Please stop. Girl, I'm begging you to please stop. No, this went from a teachable moment about media literacy. I'm actually embarrassed for you now. I'm so sorry. I'm not laughing to mock you. I'm actually just stunned. I'm so sorry. One of my friends said, Blue, why do you be laughing during arguments? Because shit like this be funny to me. Like, so this is not even about me. This could have been an email. If I was Jules, I'd be like, girl, this could have been an email. Okay, so let me get this straight. You're a TikToker and a former alcoholic with bad teeth. Mad at Jules. I'm so sorry. Okay, I don't mean to laugh. I'm just stunned. I laugh when I'm shocked sometimes. Okay. Y'all, I didn't plan this. Yeah, I know I like to pick videos that seem interesting and watch them with you, but I couldn't have planned this. This is girl, Jules, come on the show. Jules, you and your skinny cousin, how about you both come on the show? I'll make you kiss. Let's all make up. Y'all probably related. If she fucks around and says, and Jules is my cousin, I'm actually ending the live. Because I'm now starting to think, are you related to Jules? Is this family? Are you the one that she didn't put in the apartment building? Because y'all do favor. Baby, if you sat next to me in class, we would have kikied and still got A's. It's okay. I was fun in class. Okay. Okay. I'm talking to the man in the mirror. Okay. Baby, I'm gonna let you land this plane because now I feel bad. I actually feel bad for you. Let's let her land the plane. Let's let her land the plane. Yes, this is giving Glorilla's sister. Not the sack the balls of pay. How'd it go from you saying, hey, this is what Jules should have said, to, yeah, I'm okay. Girl, they let you off of bad and bougie and you're mad about it. It's okay.
I don't mean for this to sound as harsh as it's going to sound, but the harsh reality is it's not other people's responsibility to pay to fix the damages that you inflicted upon yourself, especially when you have made enough money to fix those issues 10, 20 times over. And
no, that's not how math works, baby. So you've never heard of taxes because you didn't make the money. So as somebody who has made the money, that's not how the math works. Jules has not made 20 times 45K net. Baby, when you do get some money, we'll explain to you gross versus net, okay? And if you watch this and you're mad at me and you want to come on here and talk to me about it, please know that I'm cracking jokes, but we could talk about this face to face. They'll tell you, I've talked about people on here and they've seen the videos and come on my show. I'm very confrontational. Not combative. There's a difference. I'm confrontational. Confrontational means I confront things head on. Combative means you just want to fight. I actually don't want to fight. I'm good at it, but I don't want to fight. So I'm not combative. You'll be safe. Remember we talked about Sydney? We had a good kiki. Sydney's family sent it to her. Sydney came on the show. Many people have seen me talk about them on the show. So just be clear that I can talk in a nice voice too. If you see this and you don't like it, you're free to come on the show and explain to us why you look like the Jules' #1 hater right now. While scolding her and giving her advice. Yeah, don't judge me, y'all, because then it's my turn at some point.
Especially when there are people out here who have GoFundMes that they can't even get $1 donated to because they're...
Is that you? Did you have a GoFundMe that you couldn't get $1 to? You can tell us. It's just you and I. Is that what happened to you, friend? Baby Jules. Is that what happened to you, Baby Jules? I get it. I'd be mad if I was you too.
Suffering from something that was not self-inflicted. They have been diagnosed with cancer. Their child has been diagnosed with cancer. They got hit by a drunk driver, had to get their leg amputated, and now they can't afford a prosthetic. While I'm not trying to turn this into a battle of like, oh, one person's struggle is greater than the other.
You literally just did that though. Well, I'm not trying to do the thing that I just did. Okay.
There are people out here who are suffering from things that aren't just, oh, I made a bunch of money and chose to spend some of the money on substances and it ruined my teeth.
Oh, wait a minute. As an alcoholic, that's how you describe your disease? But, baby, when's the last time you went to a meeting? I'm being so serious. The fact that you keep on saying that you empathize and sympathize, because you're juggling, for her alcoholism, because you too are an alcoholic or have a drinking situation. But then you keep on flippantly saying things that no one would ever say if they understood alcoholism. I went from being confused to dismayed to now I'm just sad for you. God, we're having arrangement because some okay, y'all. That's actually tone deaf. She's not drunk. That's tone deaf. Don't mistake me almost laughing for anything. Okay, remember me different. God's still working on me.
And obviously that's not all Jules spent the money on. There were materialistic items that were bought, and if I'm not mistaken, Jules was housing like all of their immediate family. It comes.
So an alcoholic housed her entire family, fell prey to her addictions, and now, after feeding her community, is asking another one of her communities to help her. And that's horrible of her. Well, go see the lady. Not me. I'm booked until October, but go see the lady.
Cross is very greedy to have made the amount of money that Jules made for doing absolutely fuck all, if we're being completely honest.
Oh, and now Jules has no talent. Oh, bitch, does Jules owe you money? What the fuck? Every time I start to feel bad for her, hate. You remember the haters play a ball on fucking Dave Chappelle? Why are you still talking? Girl, please stop talking, because if you, what the fuck? She's like, okay, I really empathize and I sympathize as a fellow alcoholic, but it's not that serious. Just stop drinking. I mean, and yeah, she like housed her entire family with but like still, how dare you not be able to pay for your teeth? And by the way, you ain't even got no fucking talent. Girl, what the fuck? Wait. Oh, is this what my haters sound like? I wouldn't know. But is this what they sound like? Because, oh my God, I find haters so, oh my God, they fascinate me. They can't get access to me, but I find it fascinating when I have any opportunity, because it's rare, to be in the presence of an actual hater. Whew. Somebody said, cut the camera. Yo, I'm actually going to just let her talk until she's done. No, the mask rolled under the bed. Baby, it didn't just drop. It rolled under the bed. She would have to stop the live and get on her knees and like use a broom to get the mask. That shit is off. My God.
It's not like Jules was out here saving lives or curing cancer or like feeding and housing the homeless. Jules was sitting.
It's not like Jules was saving. So the only way we can make money is to be Superman? I have to be Catwoman.
On their ass, making videos saying very demure, very mindful, very demure, very mindful. To have made that much money for doing essentially nothing of value, just to blow through it on absolute nonsense.
Wait, to have made that much money doing something of no value? You mean like talking and sharing fallacies and projecting on TikTok? This is why to you, Jules saying demure and bringing joy to people and being a representative for plus size trans women during the Trump administration has no value. To you, someone who represents all the intersections that she represents, being applauded for being delightful and bringing joy to people and then getting brand deals has no value, even if in the midst of addiction, she used that to house her entire family. So let me show you how slippery this works. To me, someone who is highly educated with critical analysis skills, who's been doing this for 20 years, I don't think your video has value either. And yet I'm gonna still let you get ad revenue for it, yes? In my world, you don't have value technically, according to your metrics. You are to me what Jules is to you. You see how tricky that gets? If somebody was to be exposed to me and then heard you talk, you're suddenly the Jules in the equation. And yet, I would never, ever, ever say you had no value just because what you do pales in comparison to what I do. The irony is I have more of a right to virtue signal than you do, and I'm still choosing not to do it and to move with compassion. And yet you, a failed content creator on TikTok. Oh, well. Somebody said the pup. Oh, as soon as she's done, I'm posting the puppies.
And then to turn around and have the audacity to be like, I could get a regular job, but that's just not going to work for me.
You guys.
So you guys who are killing yourselves at regular jobs, you guys who are probably living paycheck to paycheck.
Are we talking about you again? I feel like we're talking about you again. I feel like when you say you guys, we're talking about you again.
You guys who have not been given even half the opportunities that I've been given, you guys who will never make the amount of money that I made in such a short period of time, you guys who do have to work the regular jobs, which are far harder than mine and probably far more important than mine and more valuable than mine.
Oh. Alyssa, are you okay? No, seriously. Baby, the more you talk, this is not about Jules no more. Are you okay? You need a friend? I'm being so serious. Because I don't think, when I picked this video, I did not expect it to go like this. I don't think you recognize how much envy and disdain and misery asking for company is showing up. Yeah, Alyssa's not okay. Alyssa, if you see this video and you're brave enough to have a dark night of the soul and talk to us about all the ways you showed your ass objectively, with someone who could run circles around you but still doesn't think that you are worthless and don't have value, in the way that you chastise Jules because her mother, her parents, her family who were able to have housing because of her wouldn't agree she doesn't have value. Yeah? You're attempting to make Jules feel as small as you already feel after you watched her sob. The fact that you even need to do this already tells me where you are in life, because nobody who's good does this. Again, guys, the reason why I tell people I love not to judge me isn't because I am sensitive. It's because when they judge me, they're telling on themselves. And I think they'd be mortified if they knew what I saw. I'm looking out for them, not threatening them. When you judge a securely attached person, they don't see it the same way as everybody else. Yikes, Alyssa.
You guys should just donate your money to me. It's just a level of cognitive dissonance that is so far outside of my scope of understanding.
This is the first of 3 videos that really lets me get all this shit up.
I've been kind of getting into the habit of speaking on things more, especially things that impact me. So as a trans person who's also from the city of Chicago, I feel the need to address the Jules situation.
I'm so happy that we have a trans girl right after whatever the fuck that was. In fact, let's play the dogs, because that was miserable. That's what a miserable bitch looks like in action, even though I think she might be a lovely girl. You can be a lovely girl and still move like a miserable bitch. Ask me how I know. I see it all the time. See it all the time. Let's play the dogs to clear the air a little bit. Yeah. One more time. Yeah, the call was coming from inside the house on that one. My God, somebody said, also, this all boils down to how dare somebody who grew up poor get a bag and not be financially literate. Quite literally, yeah. Yeah. Now, does this mean that Jules is above reproach? Absolutely not. Nobody's above reproach, myself included. Shit, I reproach myself sometimes mid-live. And still, that was nasty work. But let's go back to our trans sister explaining her point of view of this, because she was stitching Dominique's post, but Dominique's post, I didn't see it. If it does exist, maybe on Instagram or somewhere else. I was really busy today fighting for my life in the shop, so I apologize. But I wanted to at least have one trans girl speak on this, because as an ally, I want to do that whenever possible.
I got bad teeth. I got bad teeth from depression. I got bad teeth from my own neglect.
We don't talk enough about how a lot of people who are depressed don't take care of themselves, and they have to get dental work. When I fell into a deep depression, I had to get a lot of dental surgery. Nobody talks about that. When people are depressed and they don't take care of themselves, their teeth are one of the ways that it shows up. So the minute Jules said it was her teeth, I immediately understood why. You have an addiction. You're sad. You're depressed. You want to get gender reassignment surgery. You're being heavily perceived by a public and you're not prepared for all the... I immediately understood it. So I love that she's being honest about this. A lot of depressed people have fucked up teeth. And it's connected. Your teeth are connected to depression. Can we all just be honest? Okay.
I got bad teeth. The last time I went to a professional dentist, not like city Chicago, like authorized dentist or whoever like they send you to for county care and type stuff. The last time I went to the dentist in Chicago, like one of them downtown whatever dentists, which also can be kind of fad dentist or whatever they be calling them, I was quoted $30,000 to fix my teeth.
Woo.
$30,000, and they're just the back teeth. Imagine if I needed my front teeth replaced, or if any of them were like, I got like 3 broken teeth. Imagine if I had more.
I imagine the whole mouth like Jules. Yeah.
$30,000. And I was insured at the time. When I got uninsured, it went up to 34. Who got that?
So I'm gonna probably fucking...
How did we go from that to this? And now this.
Now, Jules had that panic attack. I think there was some rumors about her crashing out and having some ideations of self-harm. I'm choosing my word carefully. This is all part of addiction, right? You guys, the thing that you guys don't understand about addiction is erratic. Addiction is erratic. And what happens with people who have an addiction is 1 minute they'll be sincere and earnest, which I'll call begging. The next minute they will be having a panic attack and feel erratic. And the next minute they'll say everything is fine and start like, you say everything's fine. I'm great. I'm lit. Right. I understand why it can be a shock to the system of someone who is not trauma informed. Right. People who are not well versed on how trauma can look and how erratic it can look from the outside. I can understand why it would confuse y'all. As somebody who is a lot more trauma informed than some of the people I see making these critiques, I'm telling you, Jules crying earnestly. I do believe it was earnest what we saw in that first video. 1 second. Then getting dragged and read for filth. And then wanting to self-harm as a result of that the next second. Then hearing from someone, because we later would hear that Jules found a dentist, hearing from someone who was offering to do the work for free and being excited and saying, fuck my haters, I'm up. The next second is completely aligned with being somebody in a space of trauma. Those are not mutually exclusive realities. So, thank you. People act like they didn't watch Euphoria. So this young lady, from what I'm seeing, is going to show Jules crashing out and wanting to self-harm to then peacocking when she finally gets the help she wants. Yes. Is it annoying? Sure. Just don't follow her. Block her. Sure. Nobody said trauma couldn't be annoying. And though, there's not the disparity that you're assuming as a layperson. But let's continue watching.
Divas, I'm flying to LA. I'm meeting up with Lizzo, girl.
Imagine the internet telling you that you're a stupid fat bitch who needs to shut the fuck up, you lazy whore who doesn't want to work. You think you're better than us just because you made all that money saying the pure, you ugly. The fact that Jules is a trans girl who's not conventionally attractive, who is a fat trans girl, and I say fat for myself as well. It's not a bad word for me. But to be a fat girl, a trans girl, a not conventionally attractive girl, and you get put on, the girls are mad. Right? Everything you do is tacky. And the girls almost get you to harm yourself. And then Lizzo calls? And now you're being flew out to LA? Your first thought is, fuck you, bitches. I want to staunch on you. Is it obnoxious? Sure. Is it insufferable? Sure. Is it abnormal? No. Yes. Who has not cried, thought the world was over, and then the minute they got a lick said, hoes is mad? I'm not caping. I'm just turning the mirror back on you. One more time for the folks in the back. I'm not caping for Jules. In fact, I'm showing compassion to all of you because this is incredibly common. I don't do it because of how I move through the world, but I've learned to hold space for those who do it, which is most of you. Yes? And by most, I'm not saying most of this audience. I'm saying it's an increasingly common tactic because of how social media has changed the way that we engage with each other and ourselves. But I'm gonna let y'all keep trying to other this girl though.
I really don't care what people think, to be honest. Like, none of my business. I do think it is funny to give me, like, financial advice, an amount of money I did not make. Do you think I'm a bad person because I asked for $45,000? Apparently so. It also is sort of irrelevant because I'm getting my teeth done already. Actually, it was never about having a job because the bills are paid, girl. Even through addiction, the bills were always paid. Also, do you think you should ask yourself, why are you lying about trans women?
Nobody is mad at you for asking for $45,000.
Then you clearly didn't see Alyssa's video. That's a lie. That first statement's a lie. So you're gonna critique her and feign confusion while starting with a lie. That's not true. A lot of people are mad at her simply because she had the audacity to ask. And the irony is the same people who are saying they wish she groveled would have still kicked her had she groveled. So if you're gonna kick me if I grovel, or kick me if I try to have even a shred of dignity while still asking for what I need, what's the incentive to grovel then? If you are going to talk shit and kick me down because how dare this fat bitch make all this money if I grovel, and you're going to do the same thing if I try to maintain even a shred of dignity while still asking for what I need, what's the incentive to pick the heavier ask? What's the incentive? Logically, I'm just asking. Okay.
They were more mad at the fact that you said you were asking your community who work regular 9-to-5 jobs that you could go out and get a 9-to-5, but that wouldn't really help. It was that statement right there that
No. Okay, guys, she said her getting a 9-to-5 would not get her we watched the video together. I'm not gonna.
people were like, wait a minute, the math ain't mathin'. She's saying that she never made the 500K, okay? Because I've been seeing that too. I've been seeing that she has made 500K up to $1 million. That's like what Google AI is alleging. Her major brand deals were with Verizon, Lyft, Synergy, and Netflix. Yep. And she did talk about on a talk show that each of these brand deals were $45,000. $80,000. So even on the low end, the 45, times 4, that's 180. And the high end, which is 80,000 times 4, is upwards of 300,000. So
$300,000 after tax is not $300,000. Have you guys ever heard of Gross versus Net, or am I breaking the fourth wall here? Looks like Jules is not the only person who wasn't sure about money management, but okay.
So regardless, if you didn't make the 500,000, you did make money to afford getting your teeth done. And just like you said, even through addiction, your bills were paid. But just a few days ago, you claimed that you didn't have money for $3,000 in rent. Let's roll the clip.
Emily sits here and makes you pay $3,000 a month. I can't fucking afford. Vincent, I can't afford this. I'm so tired.
So which is it?
It's both, baby. Somebody who was exhausted was screaming about how they can't afford their rent. Not being able to afford your rent doesn't mean that you didn't still pay it and now you're devastated you have 13 cents left. I have friends who cry about not being able to afford their rent every day, even if they're paying it. Oh, wow. Y'all really don't know how to have any... Okay, I'm just going to let her talk.
Are you struggling? Are you not struggling? I just don't respect this behavior at all.
First off, yes, I definitely have been seeing all the content and all the discourse about Jules LeBron and her asking her followers for help with getting her teeth fixed. Yes, Jules at one point was making, as she said, $40,000, $80,000 per post. Now, in Jules' defense, I do feel like when you don't know and you come into a whole bunch of money like that, you're not going to do the right thing with it. Also, she did admit that she had an addiction at one point. So I feel like there definitely should be some grace given to her for that. Another thing is no shade, baby.
Baby, same. Bluecentric LLC makes a money, and I still sometimes don't get the extra guac, baby. Yeah. Trust and fucking believe. Trust and fucking believe that it is possible to be broke at different tax brackets. It is possible, I'm not going to say the word broke because there's judgment in that. It's possible to not be rich and still make a lot of money, right? You can make a lot of money because being rich is not about the money you make, it's about the money you get to keep. When I applied for a house in West Adams, a neighborhood that I love, they called me and said, "Oh, is that a bug? How did a bug get in my house? Is there a window open? Sorry, I'm so allergic to bugs, so seeing a bug in my house is fucking with me." They said to me, "Blue, you make 4 times the requirement to live here, but we can't accept your application." I said, "Bitch, I make 4 times what you asked. What's the problem?" They said, "Yeah, you make a lot of money and it comes right back out. You have a lot of bills." I said, "Yeah, I'm supporting my family. I'm paying my mother's mortgage. I'm paying my own rent. I have employees." They were like, "Yeah, we're not going to base it on how much you make. What you keep is too slim." I was denied housing despite making very good money because my responsibilities soak it up. And trust and believe, I'm not going to not take care of my mother in her golden years just to show. No, there's no, go, suck my dick. I'm taking care of my mother. End of story. Yes? So just know that y'all keep talking about how much money people make. The conversation is how much money do people get to keep. There are some of you who are saying every day on Threads, if you make $100,000 and you're still living paycheck to paycheck, you're still irresponsible. Cackles in California. That's not true. Where do you live? It's not LA. It's not LA. You must not have any pets, any dependents. You must not even have a plant. Jesus.
She wasn't talking to half of y'all who making the content. She was talking to her supporters. And also, if her supporters have disposable income, I would hope nobody would be struggling out here trying to help these content creators or help anybody else before they help themselves. I would hope. But if her supporters had disposable income and they wanted to help her, I don't see personally what the issue is with.
She literally said, "I know not everybody can help, and I get it, but those of you who do, I would appreciate it if it's in your heart to do so, because I have given lots of money to GoFundMe's when I had it. Now that I don't have it, I'm trying to take from the same pot that I already poured into." Y'all can go play it back. She said, "When I had money, I donated a lot of money to GoFundMe's, and now the tables have turned, and I need help." If I was donating money to GoFundMe's to people in need and was compelled to help them, if my fates turned and it was time to ask for some help from the same community that I already poured into, maybe we're just different. Maybe I'm just more socialist than I realized, and y'all are just more capitalist than you realize. This might just be capitalism. The disdain that y'all have for this lady might be capitalism, which is ironic considering you're broke because of capitalism while using that same capitalism to be mad at her for using her community. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm okay with us disagreeing on this one. I'm actually okay with it. I'm very okay with us disagreeing. I was open-minded when I started watching this. I've now made my decision. I'm okay with us disagreeing on this one.
That's just me. Now, I have been seeing content about how Jules was in the past or how she treated people in the past. I don't know whether that's true or not. I could only speak to what I see now or when I started following her. So I don't know about none of that. You know what I'm saying? It could be true. It could not be true. I wasn't around for that. No shade. And Jules is better than me because I would have kept my up, got my 45,000 and got my teeth fixed. Another thing is I hate how some of y'all be finding any damn excuse to just be ignorant and misgender somebody. Like
that part.
I see y'all for what y'all are. But no, shout out to Jules LeBron, girl. If you got people in your corner like that that's willing to support you, utilize their resource, and you shouldn't give a damn what notes on this app got to say about it.
Who all believes that Jules LeBron just needs to get a job to get her teeth fixed? Raise your hand. I need you all to really pay attention to this as a creator who has a 9-to-5. I've seen so many comments mocking that people think Jules believes that she's bigger than the program.
Yes, that's exactly what she's doing. I hope this lady doesn't disappoint me. Because when she said, "Who thinks," and put her hand down, I said, maybe she's going to be positive. Again, I have not seen this video, Lord, please don't let it go left again, because that last one I was not prepared. Okay, let's see what this one says.
That she's too good to get a regular job. I want us to think about a few things. Jules LeBron has more followers than there are residents in 15 states. Wyoming, Alaska, Hawaii have less residents in those states than Jules LeBron has followers. Point 2, where does a trans woman with a following of 30% of this entire country go to work? See people say, oh, she does great makeup. Is she supposed to go and work at Sephora? Because imagine the way that y'all are dogpiling her now. Y'all think she would ever know peace working at a place like Sephora where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can walk up in there to either A, be taking their phones out like weirdos to be filming her to post it online, or B, to go there and harass her and in either situation, jeopardizing her safety. The other side of it is how your coworkers will act because you have a following. I don't have half the following of Jules. I went through a 3-month hiring process for a director level position at a nonprofit organization just to have to deal with an executive director that was having personal pissing contests about the things on my platform. Openly in Zoom meetings with the whole team present. Oh, hey, Miss World Traveler, where are you headed to? Oh, I've never been there before. The people who will make mention of something that you posted before they even say good morning.
This is all facts, guys. I have a lot of friends who, are known. You guys have seen them in different places. And when they had to get a 9 to 5, it wasn't just about getting a 9 to 5 to pay the bills. It was also about making sure that their dignity was maintained and their safety was maintained. It's a double-edged sword being this visible, right? I remember 2 years ago, I was really in between blessings, flying back and forth to check on my mom, was eating up my savings and my severance package, but I couldn't get a job because I was flying back and forth. And I remember thinking, fuck, I need to get a job. And also, if I work at the Barnes & Noble at the Grove, I'm going to run into some people who know me from the internet, and I don't want to be harassed. Not I don't want to be clocked. I don't want to be harassed. If I knew people would recognize me and be like, hey, Blue, and I'm like, hey, girl, what's up? And they would leave me alone, I don't give a fuck. If I need to pay my bill, I'm going to pay my bills. But it was the fear of harassment. And I'm not a trans woman. I'm so happy this lady has sense.
The only one who over the years have watched on TikTok as people have lost their jobs just because they have a social media platform. Because either A, they coworkers is hating, or B, y'all will do a 007 to find out where somebody else works, screen record their video and or their comments and send it to their job. I'm not talking about racist, bigots, homophobe, transphobe. Y'all remember the black woman therapist who simply said that black men needed therapy and lost her practice as a result? And the last point is, let's just say that Jules decides to use her platform to get a job. In an economy where hundreds of thousands of people have been laid off for multiple months up to years, you think that people would actually be cheering her on that sis used her platform to be able to get herself a job before people that have been changing their resume 1,000 times, applying to ghost jobs on LinkedIn, door dashing and driving?
In a world where conventionally attractive cishet women can put 300 resumes on Indeed and get one call back, interview for 7 months and still not get the job. A trans girl who's infamous. Can we be honest? Can we be honest? Can we be honest? Y'all are acting like a job is easy to be got. Yet every second Tuesday of the month, I come here and do Tarot Tuesday. And the number one asked question, besides, is my boyfriend a piece of shit, is, do you see me getting a job anytime soon? And y'all have seen my Tarot Tuesdays. More often than not, the answer is like, nah, I don't. I'm so sorry. Why are we acting like they're just handing out jobs? And not just any job, a job that can get you $45K in a timely fashion while your entire head is throbbing and you can't think straight. Do you think they're going to give you a raise when you can't even see straight? Because I'm not making excuses for Jules. I'm just saying, if I had built a community that had poured into me and that I had poured into them, and we had a certain understanding, and I hit a dark night of the soul, and I know that this community can receive from me, I would feel no way asking for help. And I would even say, if you can help me, awesome. If you can't, I totally understand it. I still don't get it, but I also don't have the heart of a hater. And I'm also not buckling under the weight of capitalism. How do I say this? My colleagues often joke that they wish I was more capitalistic. If y'all knew how many times I have been informed that my classes are underpriced. There are people who do half of the coursework that I do who charge thousands of dollars. I charge mid-hundreds, which means a working class person can save up for it, a person who's doing well can cut a check, and a person who's affluent won't even feel it. Right? I'm not the biggest capitalist, which is ironic because I still know how to make money, but I'm still not a capitalist, yes? I think a lot of you don't understand how much capitalism has you by the balls on this one. And again, trans women are sex workers a lot of times. Have you ever wondered why so many trans women are sex workers? I'm just gonna pause. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Did it never occur to you that the reason why so many young queer boys, so many trans women, so many people under the rainbow are sex workers is because they can't get jobs, and sex work is literally the only job they can get a lot of times, sustainably? A non-passing trans girl often has to do sex work because she can't show up with a new lace front and a 5 o'clock shadow and not worry about being degraded. Did you really think that trans women are sex workers and that queer people are sex workers at heightened rates just because they're all just whores? Like, did you really think that? You just thought that morally, most trans people just really, really badly want to do sex work. It never occurred to you why that is often their best option? And so somebody who is in that ecosystem found a non-sex work way to not only take care of herself, but also her family. And like many people under the rainbow who are buckling under the weight of depression, they have addictions and vices. And those addictions and vices mean that even if they hit the lotto and make the way out, the chances of them being grabbed by the ankles and pulled back down, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Not an excuse, just trauma-informed reasoning. Oh, child, I'm so happy this lady got sense before we wrap up.
Driving Lyft while they have resumes that are a mile long, credentials and multiple degrees a mile wide. So do we really want to be realistic with the conversations that we're having about this? Or do we just want to find a way to just beat that sister down?
People do not care about Jules LeBron. They care about how Jules LeBron asking for money makes them feel.
Oh, that's a bar. People do not care about Jules LeBron. They just care about how Jules LeBron asking for money makes them feel. Maybe we don't have to watch the rest of the video because that last girl took too long. Not the last girl, the hater girl. Guys, I think this wraps up the live. I don't want to beat a dead horse. And I also, now that because I wanted to experience this with y'all, now that I've finally sat down and have experienced what the Jules LeBron backlash is, y'all gonna have to count me out on this discourse, on this pile up, on this finger wag. And even though I didn't get to see Dominique's video, I'd be stunned if Dominique, when her video, let me see, is it on Instagram? I'd be stunned if me and Dominique are not on one accord of this, because I'm just following the facts and acting as if I give a fuck about human beings, which is what Dominique tends to do. So hold on, let me see if I see anything about Jules on her Instagram. Also, the fact that a lot of people were, Dominique does post a lot though, so how would I even know it was about Jules? I will say this too, because Dominique is a popular name, I think sometimes people attach her to things that are not about her, or they hyper focus on things when she speaks up because they know that mentioning her name will make them go viral. And that's kind of fucked up too. That's kind of fucked up. Hold on. I'm going to do a quick search to see if the word Jules pops up. I see Portia. I see perfume. Ooh, that's a pretty dress, Dominique. That's a really pretty dress. I see a podcast. I see her getting her hair done. Dominique stays booked. My God, today, baby, you stay booked. I see her defending Black women. See her defending Black women again. Darius crying over them kids not being able to read, allegedly. That's a whole other life that I do not have the time to do. These hoes can't hold me. I agree, sis. I'm going to do one more thing. Meg Thee Stallion, Michelle Obama. Okay, if she did Jules, I think she took it down from here too. Well, here it goes. She wrote an article about Jules called "The Problem Isn't Jules LeBron Squandered Her Choice." She said the problem isn't that Jules LeBron squandered her chance. It's that we think it was the only one. Okay, so I think me and Dominique are on the same page, because it sounds like she wrote an article about how she thinks it's a lack mindset. Yeah, we're on the same page. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. All right, guys, we're gonna end this live. It was extra long. To the alumni members, y'all, August whooped everybody's ass. Like, when I tell you, my entire team, when they come for the LA, for those of you who are in LA, I hope you come to the pop-up. Again, it is bluepop26.eventbrite.com. It's going to be happening on Saturday, September 12th. Please buy tickets, because we really have never done. I'll say this. LA is my smallest market. I have more followers in New York and London than LA, which is why I was not going to do LA first. I was going to do LA last. However, because putting the shop back together has been such an uphill battle for us to do international shipping, and we moved and did all this stuff, we had to do it in LA first, because I didn't want to keep putting it off. I didn't want to keep putting off doing this. Because LA is our smallest market, I feel like it's almost like God saying, pace yourself by starting smaller with the smallest group and working your way up. However, though, we did still get a pretty big venue just because I'm a tourist. Ciao. So, if you are in the Los Angeles area or can get here at an affordable price, no, I'm not asking for a GoFundMe, don't worry. Please go to bluepop26.eventbrite.com. We're going to have a good time. For those of you who partake in legally obtained substances, there will be some. Don't worry if you don't partake. It's not that kind of party if you don't partake. There'll be vibes. There'll be food. It'll be a good time. And what I was about to say is my team, I'm flying them out from the East Coast, because half of us are on the West Coast and the other half are on the East Coast. I'm flying my East Coast staff to the West Coast, and I'm going to love on them. So if you want to see me love up on my team, please come, because August spanked us left and right. We're all fighting for our lives. Me and Bridget had like a 3-minute hug before she left today, because my God. Hopefully, though, when I come back on Saturday, I'll have some good news. For those who came in late, the shop is supposed to be opening back up this weekend, because it has to. It sure has to. If you have not already signed up, let me do a quick one more time. Go to bluecentricshop.com. I want you guys to see exactly what I'm talking about. For those who came in late, and let me remove this video. Let me remove the dogs. We don't need the dogs, because we ended up on a high note. Screen share, bluecentricshop.com right here. I want you guys to see this. This is, and let me scroll down. If you want to know when we open up, this is where you put in your email to get notified. The reason why I'm mentioning this is y'all know a bitch got many jobs. If we open and the notification goes out to folks who are on our email list, and then we sell out, and then I come on here and say, hey, how you doing? I know you waited 7 months, but we ain't got no more product. Bitch, I tried. So the only way to ensure that you get the heads up before everybody, along with everybody else, is to sign up. That's my way of not getting cussed out by anybody else. I promise y'all September will be more stable. My God, today. I love y'all so much for watching. And for the comment for the recap statement, if you got to the very end, the comment that I want to say is, real compassion goes a long way. I think that's the overarching sentiment for this entire live. Compassion between those girls in Atlanta who like to tussle. Compassion for real love that can't be commodified. Compassion for trans women and women of color who get a big chance and squander it in the way that white folks do every day without being lambasted and dogpiled. Just a little bit of compassion goes a long way. I love y'all so much. Thank you so much for watching this. And yes, my old podcast was called Humanized. I'm thinking about bringing Humanized back. More on that later. But yeah, I will see you guys another time. I'm going to go lay down. Okay, because I have to be back at the shop tomorrow morning to push out more product and finish this fucking pre-launch checklist. All right, bye, family. Love you. Bye.